tsunami of events, and it's designed to keep us a little off balance. That's on purpose. There's a reason for that, because there's so much coming out, and the target audience, to use Derek's professional description of the group that a PSYOP is being operated against, comprises many different psychographic and demographic groupings, and so everyone gets a different message, a different way to achieve the same objective. Now, in relation to the scientists, for example, this is just one example of what's happening everywhere else. Traditional groups are being replaced. Traditional individuals are being replaced. Most of those are corrupted. All are under control. Some were undercover, and they're going to, and that's okay. That's, as John and I have mentioned many times before, all the actors in this particular play have a role. They have a purpose to fulfill, and once that's done, they're gone. And so people will come and go. The way it's being done, though, is interesting. This massive level of speculation, which causes the people concern, is by design. My father was an author, playwright, and poet. And he said, whenever you're telling a story, if you really want to engage the audience, let them put the last piece of the puzzle into place. Because if you just present the whole thing, they'll look at it and change the channel and find out what else is on. But if you can intrigue them, get them concerned, get them interested to figure it out for themselves. Now, I like cryptic crosswords, which are highly complex. There's a whole code behind them, but that's not for everybody. Some just like to watch a straightforward show and guess the end of the show before the end comes. And so all of these different approaches have to be covered. The scientists fall beautifully into that category. The science board gone, new scientists disappear. Have they gone to Valhalla? Have they? Are they in some sort of global witness protection? Have they been moved into a position of real authority and power to do what's got to be done down the track? And the fact that we're speculating is exactly what's got to be done, because people love to put that last piece into place. It engages them, and they stay with the story. They feel some satisfaction when they find that they have actually discerned the truth behind the matter, and that gets them on board. They talk about it. They talk to their friends. Their friends talk to their friends, and slowly, bit by bit, the target audience is won over. Not only directly by the PSYOP itself, but by the crowd. And I'll finish on this. Every businessman knows that the best reference is word of mouth. Advertising is one thing. You can tell people everything you want, but they're going to hear this, and they're going to hear that. They're going to see this, they're going to experience that. They're going to see this, they're going to experience that. So if the word of mouth is the most effective form of advertising, that's exactly what the white hats are getting into the people's minds. Let them work it out. Let them put the last piece into place. It's part of the show. Wilcox, I think, is a different matter. That might be legitimate. We don't know for certain. But it's certainly, we're seeing with the scientists is what is being played out writ large across the planet, whether it's national governments or whether it's the National Science Board, makes no difference. Same procedure, same result, which is the control of the system by the white hats. I enjoyed watching this come out, because once again, this is going to be replayed again and again and again. What they're striking at is one of the most divisive issues in the United States, and that's the black-white one, which is largely manufactured. The facts of the black-white relations, yes, there's some regrettable actions in the past, but it's been blown so badly out of proportion as to be a sucking chest wound on the entire nation for so long, and it's just wrong in fact. But to convince someone they've been betrayed, it's easier to betray someone than convince them they've been betrayed. We know that. And so coming out and just reporting it is one thing. But then to show the Southern Poverty Law Center in bed with the Ku Klux Klan, paying them off to cause trouble, you can't ignore it now. You even the most trenchant racist, black or white, has to look at that and say, my God, we've been played, and you've been played for fools. You have. And so this is one of those issues that when we say it's going to break people, it doesn't break me. I mean, I just laugh. A, it's not my country. B, I love the truth. Regardless of the pain that comes with it, I love the truth. But those that have wedded themselves to one or other side of this particular fight, now have to admit that they have been played for the longest time. And this, again, is writ small on a world writ large, where every contest on this planet, whether it's between a husband and a wife, because she watched something on TV or he listened to something on the radio, and it poisons the relationship between the husband and wife, through to conflicts between nations because there's a war for something that doesn't seem to make sense. And at the end of that war, the alleged heroes and victors live in poverty. The whole design is to step in. This is the cabal, this is the black hats, create the false opposition and then feed both sides of that equation. And I've used that on the, we've got the example of the husband and wife where ideologies and ideas and social proof has been provided that these are good things to do to spruce up your marriage, and all of a sudden it destroys the marriage, through to, and I've mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again because repetition is the mother of mastery, the creation of communist China under the alleged leadership of Mao Zedong was exactly that. It was manufactured by the cabal. The U.S. chairman of the Joint Chiefs, George Marshall, allegedly the hero of all, but actually made sure that he's a deep state actor, as most of the senior leadership of the U.S. was, and up until recently has been. They established Mao Zedong as the counter to Chiang Kai-shek, who was a Democrat who was sidelined, went to Taiwan, and then they backed Mao Zedong so they could have this communist capitalist battle, and they feed both sides of the war. We know that. And even Chiang Kai-shek played a role because then he could be a thorn in communist China's side, another point of friction. They love creating points of friction. And so what you're seeing with the Southern Poverty Law Center, there's a group of despicable individuals hooking up with the KKK in order to feed this black-white racism in the United States, which has manifested itself. The damage socially is immeasurable. But in a practical sense, the deaths of hundreds of thousands of millions of blacks, whether it be through gunshot wounds and abortion, which has been one of the objectives, starting from Susan Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, was to rid the United States of blacks through abortion. All these things are intertwined, they're interlaced, they're designed. And so when this finally hit the mainstream media, it was a big it was a moment of celebration for a lot of us to say, this is the pain that's coming, but not for everybody. Everyone's going to have their own pain. You'll be speaking about the Catholics shortly. They'll have their own pain. The black and whites, the blacks and the whites, the racists, both sides, they're going to have their pain. And this is that, when is the pain coming? It's been here for some time. It just depends which part of the target audience you are.
Just to let you know, we'll go back to the top of the panel with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. I want to talk about Kash Patel, who has stated in no unmistaken terms that arrests are coming very soon concerning the election theft and interference from 2016 forward. We hear names being dropped now like Brennan, Clapper, Comey, Strzok. Comey's an interesting discussion within, but Brennan, Clapper, Comey, Strzok, Page, and the rest of that clan, what I call valuable low-lying fruit, as all things lead to Obama per President Trump. So would that be a fair analysis, Ricardo, sir, about the low-lying fruit becoming a narrative? I think if Kash Patel has stated in no mistaken terms they're about to be arrested, I'm going to take him on his word. How do you analyze this narrative, and will this lead to Obama?
Will it lead to Obama? Absolutely, yes, it will. And it must, because as I said before, we know that Obama wasn't some great mastermind. He was just the stooge who signed the paper. Now, that's important. It really is important, because he might have been a stooge, but he was the hand that signed the paper. So it's got to lead to him, because that'll start shattering some more of these illusions. And just people should remember the only thing they're going to lose here is something that I think it was Bruce Lee, the great martial artist, said. All you're going to lose are illusions. That's it. You're not going to lose anything else in reality. And so while that's tough for a lot of people to take, particularly what I call the yellow hats, whose whole lives revolve around their stock portfolio and their housing investments, they're going to find pain in that. But it's all a lie. But back to your point, Comey has now been actually indicted by a grand jury on 2 counts. And people will say, great, this isn't on an invitation to attend an interview. This is an actual grand jury indictment threatening to do harm to the president and then using Twitter to put up that famous 8645 shells or stones in the sand message. And for those that aren't familiar with that, to 86 something, it means to take out. And depending on who you read, the etymology either originates because it's rhyming slang and it sounds like nix, which is a German term meaning nothing. We got nothing in stock. Nix that customer's order, meaning there's nothing to give the customer. It's also nix, just meaning take them out. In the military, 86, that one, just kill it. And the 47 obviously is a reference to Trump. So using a carriage service to communicate the threat. So these are 2 grand jury indictments that Comey is facing. This is what people have been waiting for. Now, like any good show, they're not going to roll it out too quickly. Now, they've got several episodes in several seasons that they have to fill a commercial hour with, so to speak, using the analogy of a TV show. So the rest coming, we've heard it 100 times. How many nothing burgers do you go for before you realize there's nothing there? And just when the audience is absolutely fed up, bang, out comes the arrest. And they'll forget the delay, and now they're going to enjoy the arrest. And Comey is that, as you call it, John, that low-hanging fruit that it's obvious. It's something they get their hands on. They saw Comey sweating there while he was exonerating, after listing all of Hillary Clinton's crimes with the server and the rest of it. He's sweating like a turkey that knows his Christmas dinner. So watching that bald-faced lying performance by Comey, and now the truth is coming out. This is going to give. It's not so much red meat to the crowd, but it's at least it's a bone with a bit of meat on it for us to chew on, to know that it is actually happening. So they're slowly feeding it out. Beginning, this is the rollout of a lot more to come, and this is the crescendo of arrests, crescendo of satisfaction that has to lead towards a genuine celebration on 4th July.
Thank you. A couple of quick follow-ups on this related subject with Ricardo. And again, we're more event-driven versus date-driven, and I understand that. So having said that, as a disclaimer, speculation, in your opinion, as these low-lying fruit get processed and arrested according to Kash Patel, soon according to Kash Patel, all roads leading to Obama, would you speculate that Obama's time comes before or after the midterms?
If I was at the planning table, I'd be saying bring it up before, because there's plenty more to come after that. But the people need a deeply, profoundly sincere reason to celebrate. And that would be the stick in your thumb and pull out a plum. That's the juice that they're going to need. After that, the rest can roll out. That'd be my advice. Do I know what's going to happen for sure? Of course not. But I'd be certainly saying this is what you want to do, because everybody knows that Obama is the figurehead of all of this, and it's a real figurehead. And the fact that he is what he is interesting. But what's more important is the entire presidency was false. Every law is unconstitutional. It's all a lie. And the best way to assuage people's anger, I guess, is to focus all of your angst on one supervillain. We know he's not a supervillain, but he's the guy that deserves it. And so, you had a fight with your wife this morning. Well, we can celebrate because Obama's going down. It's going to be, forgive me here, but it's a bit of a story. It's a bit like the Huey that went down in Vietnam. It's in a book called Chicken Hawk. It's a great read. Anyway, a Huey carrying a whole bunch of supplies went down, but they had no manifest on what was on that aircraft. So the store, the quartermaster store, basically sent out a message to all the units. Look, tell us what you had on that helo, so we can write it off, because they've got to account for all the equipment. Well, if they added up the tonnage that everyone claimed was on that aircraft, a C-17 couldn't have carried the load. So everyone's going to dump a whole bunch of their genuine anger, frustration, pain, misery that has been building up over the years, over the last many. The people need a point of focus to project all of that onto, and I couldn't think of a better target than Barry Soetto, because that'll clear them emotionally, and I guess clear them emotionally, mentally, even spiritually to a degree, psychologically definitely, so they can then move on after 4 July and begin the great labors of peace, as I call them, because the tribulation of war will continue, but it will appear to the target audience that the major work is done, and now we can get on and commence the great labors of peace. And as we've spoken before, focusing on health and wealth will be the two great priorities. Again, if I was at the planning table, zero tax, get them rich, because you can be more generous when you've got a pocket full of personality. Health and wealth are the two big things. Once the people get that, then you can watch after July 4. The trajectory will be so much more joyful.
Thank you. I just want a quick comment to our viewers. This isn't about Republican and Democrat going after Barry here. This isn't about certainly black and white going after Barry here. We could have the same level of discussion on the Bushes. Run a clip right now of President Donald J. Trump talking about two words, central casting, and then we'll close out with brief comments on the recent correspondent dinner. That clip actually goes on and on and on, but I think you get the message. And I want to remind our viewers, about 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, President Trump published on the Truth Social X platforms introducing Kevin Warsh to replace Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. And in that post, he said, "You're going to love everything about this gentleman. He's going to do a great job. He's central casting." So back to the top of the panel. Please limit your brief closing comments on the Correspondents' Dinner, and we'll conclude our broadcast. And thank you all very much. Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, let's briefly discuss this Correspondents' Dinner event. And I'll remind our viewers, Q said you're watching a movie. So what are your views, Ricardo, of what the world witnessed just a few days ago in what is being called the third assassination attempt on President Donald J. Trump?
Yeah, the point of attack here was the mainstream media. That's why it was this event occurred at the Correspondents' Dinner. Pete Hegseth immediately jumped up and shoved a finger in the face of the media saying, "You have created this situation." Now, we know it was a show. That's not the point. The fact that it was fabricated, that's not the issue. This is now the white hats putting the mainstream media squarely into their crosshairs. And watch what happens next with the media. There'll be my prediction here is that, and I like Derek, I don't like making him, although we have to speculate sometimes. My guess is the media is going to come under the gun very, very heavily.
They had spread across the world long before the Pilgrims got here. So every continent, everywhere. So if you go to the Native Americans, the Dene or the Navajo, the Apache, it doesn't matter which group. They all have knowledge and stories, which is how they keep their history of vampires going back as long as they can remember, and they're in this part of the world. And that goes also for any part of the world you go into. I've been in quite a few countries and they all know them. So it doesn't matter if you go into like really remote regions in the Philippines where, the Tasidai or something, they know of them. It's pretty much everywhere in the world you go, even small islands in different places, they know of vampires. And they usually you'll see graves with iron on the grill of the grave so they can't get out, and all of that. So, and you'll see, iron stake down through the grills, stakes, several of them. So, they were all over the world for a long time. Next question. Actually, a lot of the people the handlers and stuff are still out. So, they're not gone. And then the triggers can be one word. If you've seen the movie Conspiracy Theory, he was an MK Ultra. and he had a compulsion to go buy Catcher in the Rye everywhere he went. I believe it was the book. Go buy a bookstore, he had to go buy that, and that would flag that that's a Mark Ultra that is in there. And if you've seen Britney Spears on stage, they said the code word, and she became a little girl, like 8 years. Oh, is that strawberries? I love strawberries. You know, so they're different code words for each person. There is a general code word to activate large groups at a time through the media, through your iPhone, where they could send a text and you open the text and you read something. And if you're an MK Ultra, it would trigger you a certain personality too. It doesn't just trigger them. There's a basic trigger that just triggers some kind of freeze. Like I think there was a newscaster and they said something and he's just standing there looking and not doing anything. And there was I think it was a sports star with his wife, and they said something and her eyes were doing weird stuff all of a sudden, and her face is contorting and, you know, doing things your eyes shouldn't be able to do. I don't know anybody can make their eyes do that intentionally. So they have broad triggers to, but they also have, especially with the assassin types, they have different personalities that have different trigger words. So if the person's personality to go assassinate somebody like Trump is triggered, then they would go get the appropriate equipment and gear and they would go and do it. And usually MK Ultras are actually very intelligent people. They're not lesser intelligent or mentally challenged individuals. They are high intelligence people like we just saw. That is likely to me an MK Ultra person. And it was a setup, and it's one that the White Hats, the Alliance, took over and took control of so that they could stage that, so they can get the stuff about the ballroom and that stuff out, and other things as well. It also has to do about certain books that have been coming out about the Queen and how she handled presidents and all of that, and other things. So there are Mark Ultras, and they're triggered at different times in different ways. They also have internal triggers. So if the original personality starts to try to get away and get out of being an MK Ultra, they have a personality that will assassinate that person. Well, and then they also have a rat personality if they're trying to do that. The first option is that this personality will rat them out to their handler. The original's trying to break out. She's doing that, or they won't say the original, they'll say the original person's name is trying to break out, you know, JoJo's trying to break out. So that's how that works. Just kind of a broad what's going on with the Anunnaki, I guess. So the Anunnaki created mankind, just to correct on that one. That's important, not human. Human is the original. They created from with what the other items beings you mentioned as a the Anunnaki are originally from the dwarf brown star Nemesis. That is one of two star systems that orbit our sun. They have three outer planets. Their original homeworld is Nibiru. They also inhabit the next two planets, that's seventh planet, the sixth and the fifth planet, which are Helion and Argoda. They are currently still continuing to be part of the deep state and trying to help win the war for the deep state. Unbelievably, you'd think at some point you would give up and say, you know, get out of Dodge while they're getting as good. You know, as we used to say, get out while the getting is good. So they're not. And the reason Israel is for last is because it is the primary home of the Alpha Draco underneath there, as well as the main area, since Ukraine is cleaned out pretty much now, for the Jesuits. They run Israel. Not this, they are the Zionists or the Khazarian. They became the Jesuits when they went to Spain. And so the upper leadership of the Jesuits are Anunnaki, although they don't show themselves because they're kind of obvious. When somebody has 6 fingers, 6 toes, and they're, you know, 8, 9 feet tall, there's a problem with that. So they don't show themselves in public. except for in shape-shifted capacity. So that's basically the sum total of your question. Still a lot of weapons, some we don't even know about yet. And they have, some of the weapons that the U.S. military has, not as devastating ones, but they don't have anything like the Golden Dome or the discombobulator, which is part of the Golden Dome. But Trump loves to say the discombobulator. So the technologies and things that, of course, they have a lot of Mark Ultras and a lot of other things. The main thing they're doing to keep them from doing things is to use blackmail and threats of death and releasing the blackmail and wiping out their families and them and destroying their legacy, which is something that I don't completely understand why it's so important to them, but it is incredibly important to them. So they keep them in line and are keeping them from doing a lot, the White Hats, by controlling them, which is, if you can turn an enemy to doing your bidding, you're two up. But if you eradicate them, you're one up. So if you gain somebody you can use, like what we just recently saw with the Attorney General, she was not completely clean. She was used for the time, and now she's gone. And so, that was comms to the deep state. You have this amount of time until the Attorney General's gone. They know that. It's in the wires, in the underside of things. And if you don't join the White Hats by then we're going to come after you. And that's it. You got time to do your thing. And so now she's gone. And now we see Comey indicted. And I don't know if he's turned himself in yet, but he said he was going to turn himself in, but there's a warrant out for his arrest. So we were seeing the first arrest and others to be coming. And so that's, the nature of how the White Hats play it. And the Black Hats just do force and pressure, but they do a lot of the manipulation and controlling and pressure points too.
Are the chemtrails less toxic now?
A lot of the chemtrails are actually not bad anymore. They're non-toxic, and they're to hide what's going on. That's why the sky is pretty covered all the time, so that you can't see what's going on over your head between the alliance and the cabal.
What do you foresee as the following steps that will lead up to the end of the Federal Reserve / petrodollar? Gas prices in our area are the highest that I've ever seen, and they continue to increase.
Yeah, that should be coming down pretty soon now that the United Arab Emirates has left OPEC, and Venezuela, I believe, now has left OPEC as well. So that should probably bring gas prices down by 25 to 50 cents per gallon. But it's what's going on with Iran and the Straits of Hormuz. Trump now, I guess, I don't know, Straits of Hormuz is the reason for that. And so the petrodollar is limited time use only. It's on its way out. And once silver goes past parity with gold, that'll collapse the world banking system, and most likely the Fed, which is already under the Treasury anyway, will just go away. So, I mean, for the current head of the Fed not to step down, I don't really care. He's going away, and you can go ahead and stay in there until you're in a building by yourself. I don't care. There's a percentage that will not. and they don't have long. So, there are ones that, 3 to 8% in that category. Then you've got the majority of people already. A lot of people are waking up because of the Epstein files, and that'll continue. And then now that the first arrest is done and we start to see, another one, then two, then two more, then four, then 10. As it grows and grows like a geometric curve, then people are going to go, oh, I guess it was real. So, yeah, there's people like, just don't believe it until they see it. Faked with a clone or something. It doesn't seem like him. And I think that's one possibility that he was putting in witness protection and stuff. He was involved in some high tech stuff. So he was wanting to get rid of the deep state in certain ways. He may have, in trying to do something specifically in his mind, do what Tesla did and has changed timelines or gone back in time to do something to manipulate or try to change something. That's a possibility. That person that was talking about what he was talking about before it shot itself, that wasn't him. The nose and the eyes are wrong. And the change is too much. I know they say voice of skull and he was being tormented and all of that stuff, but Trump had already said he's going to look into all that stuff. And I know when they say that, when Trump says that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to send money, we're going to send these to Ukraine, we're going to do this, it's already done. So that was already done. He was already out of there, and that was a replacement. That's what I feel. Next. Secret Space Force is Solar Warden, and they're working with the Space Force that we know. That's the surface kind of cover. And they're composed of two main branches, Radiant Guardian and Radiant Glory. Radiant Guardian guards the inside between the sun and the asteroid belt, and the asteroid belt out is Radiant Glory. It is true it went around the backside of the moon. It main purpose was to set up quantum system, because the part of the system, none of it's on Earth. The closest part is on the moon, the backside of the moon. And so that was its primary thing, that it went up and it's just a regular craft, and like the first, craft, the Apollo system, that's not what went to the moon, because you can't get outside the radiation belt with that. You can't survive out there. Due to radiation, you can't get, there's all kinds of debris from small asteroids to, now all kinds of man-made debris. You wouldn't make it. So there are systems of anti-gravity systems that keep them safe. Boy, I don't know. Again, that's a win, but that one is, I can kind of give a timeline. I would expect it to be with the financial system starts to have extreme problems, and then a lot of arrests are happening. One or two of those intertwining. When, I don't know. We have seen the first arrest with Comey, that's visible to everybody. So the arrest warrant's out, and as I said, I'm not sure if he turned himself in, he's arrested, but he's got a limited time, or they'll pick him up. There's nowhere on earth he's going to be able to go. He kind of sticks out like a big sore thumb. There'll be a time to turn it in, a certain grace period, that the old money can be turned in for the new coins and the new money. And the Trump dollar, I think, is already out. I think you can get it. Well, democracy in for good, yes. It will depend on the country, what they want to do. The alliance isn't taking away for a country to be, communist, if they want to be communists, or, but they're going to have to obey certain, laws of treating other countries and their peoples in certain ways now. It's not going to be allowed to do trafficking and all that kind of stuff anymore. So there is probably constitutional republic will be, in the end, as we come down to it, in a federated kind of with constitutional republics joining together, will be the nature of the earth, with three spheres of influence being the U.S., Russia, China, and the Saudi Arabian areas. I think eventually Canada, at least the majority, Alberta, British Columbia, A few of those will be U.S. states, maybe the entire thing.
Similar to incarnation, is non-duality true about our existence? And how do we transform our thinking to seeing ourselves one with God?
By letting go of your dark ego. And what most people think is their dark ego is their white ego. They don't even know it. So the thing that's going 60,000 thoughts a day, 90,000 in most people, oh, you know, oh, I don't like the way she dresses. But, you know, oh, she's way better looking than me, and I don't like that. And I'm not, you know, that's the dark ego. And to learn to control that and meditate, get one with, you know, go out in a nice place in nature first, get to the point you can eventually meditate in a trash pile and be quiet mentally, not 90,000 thoughts a day. So even being me, with having to do all the stuff I do online, there's not a lot of thoughts. I don't have that 90,000. I would say if I'm not doing live streams and everything and it's just a day off, I can remember the thoughts I have. I would say it's 50, 60 thoughts in a day. That's it. So get yourself quiet and go and take time to meditate and focus on the word and of God. In other words, the ek, the sound that creates creation. And my interview I just did with Eden will have the information on that. Same like the Epstein files. First, you'll get 2%. So then you'll get 4. That's coming from the Epstein files, 4% next. So the 2% we'll get is they brought down aircraft. Roswell was real. That was a non-terrestrial vehicle. They back engineered it. We do have craft. They brought it down and they looked at it and they were working with it, and they got bodies that they retrieved from that are not human, and they look like the standard. You know, I would say they might reveal they look like they got bodies, and they might say what they look like. And then they'll go into a little bit more as time goes on. And it'll drip, 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 and then it'll start going faster and faster and faster and faster. So once we get the first one, which is, I think, coming pretty soon. That's what Trump keeps saying. So we'll see.
Will the attacks from the dark side stop in 4D or 5D?
4D for a time, because of the fact we just went through ascension and the way the galaxy is, it'll stop for the most part after a time. But because the timelines are split, 5D almost completely. But once you leave 5D, it's stopped. I think it's about 85 to 87% now.
It's the 7th of May, 2026. My first story is one that when I first heard about Palantir, I wondered why Trump was promoting it as a company. Because of the fact it's mass surveillance, it's data collection, and it concerned me at the initial outset that it was overreach, etc., etc., etc. Now, as I've just sat back and watched, it makes so much sense. Because it's not about watching so much you and I, which of course it can do. But without them, we wouldn't have all the front door access to the corruption of the City of London, the United Kingdom Corporation, the EU Corporation, the US Corporation. And Palantir will be able to expose through the front door everything, all of the corruption that has happened over the past 10, 20 years. Because they've been collecting the data. They've been collecting all of the information of what's been happening in the City of London, what's been happening in the United Kingdom Corporation, what's been happening in the EU Corporation. Everything is there, hard evidence. We had it many years ago through the back door. thanks to Julian Assange, thanks to Edward Snowden, thanks to the Epstein files. But that's through the back door. It's important that when you take down an establishment, you do everything legally and above board. Otherwise, you leave the opportunity for them to recover and fight back. So now you can see very clearly the benefits of Palantir. That's my first take. Drew, good morning.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Voting is underway across parts of the UK today, and insiders fear the political map could shift dramatically. Nigel Farage and Reform UK are surging in several regions, especially in Scotland and Wales, where frustration over the economy, immigration and living standards continue to rise. Pressure is mounting on Keir Starmer as markets quietly price in growing political instability.
We're going to see a huge backlash against Keir Starmer. And of course, Starmer rhymes with karma. It's going to come back and bite him in the bottom, which will make a change from the Ukrainian boys biting his bottom. But there's going to be a big change in the landscape of the UK politically. I said 4 to 5 years ago that every government will fall. We're seeing that in the UK. And that what is happening is you've got Restore and Reform that will transition us away from the old two-party system. They will transition us away from government towards governance. You can't do it overnight. It takes time. But we're watching the transition, and we're watching the dismantling of an old system. The old cronies. My biggest concern is even in the new parties, we've spoken to a number of the new candidates over the past year or so. And it's amazing how they're tarred with the same brush, but they're not as dirty. It takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. One particular question that we were putting to some of them was about taking up the case of human trafficking, child trafficking. The other was about the rape gangs, just as little testers to see where they're at. And in theory, they were very much behind us. But in practice, just like the old mob, they went very quiet. We're actually having to do something. So don't get overexcited, but we're heading in the right direction. Not everything is going to work out overnight. It takes time to drain the swamp. Even in the new parties, there are going to be swamp creatures and swamp monsters. My next story is a very interesting one in the UK. There's a young lady in the UK called Hannah, and she has a website called notaperson.org. And she has now proven that you do not need to file a tax return. Now, don't just stop paying tax. I haven't paid tax for 43 years, but I've done it within the law. You have to do things correctly. And for those people watching, in 1983, I became a resident in Gibraltar, tax-free, lived in Spain, was allowed to do that. My business was run out of Gibraltar. Then 10 years later, I became a resident in Zug, Z-U-G, in Switzerland. Incredibly low taxes. For 10 years, I had a house there, overlooking Lake Zug. Beautiful part of the world, tax-free. And then in 2003, I became a resident in Dubai, tax-free, within the law. The most important thing is to do things lawfully. to do things correctly. You can't just stop doing things because somebody else has done it. You have to do it correctly. And I would urge every single one of you to have a look at notaperson.org. Have a look at that website and see where you sit. But do it correctly. She was also challenged by a paralegal. And she came out and said, this is the reason that I've done this, this, and this. And you're conflicting two things. The old system will conflict many things and try and cause chaos to hope that you back down. But you have rights, God-given rights. Stand up for them, because if you don't, they'll take them away. Drew.
Next up, tensions between Donald Trump and Pope Leo XIV are exploding into the open air. Senior Vatican officials have now publicly criticised Trump's attack on the Pope after disputes over immigration, Iran, and nuclear theoretic. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to hold a tense meeting with Pope Leo as both sides attempt to cool the growing diplomatic clash.
But this is all part of the pantomime, and this is all to wake people up. We've said so many times, this is all pantomime. This is all a movie. There are certain things, and I alluded to it yesterday, about the three guys that escaped from Alcatraz and were given a part in the movie. So this movie's been going on for 60 years. It's a bit like Rocky. Rocky 1, Rocky 2, Rocky 3. Which one are we on right now? I have no idea. But it's all a movie and it's all continuing. My final story is very interesting because it's the difference between government and business. Remember that Donald Trump is not a politician. He's a businessman. In business, if you're going to spend money, you weigh up risk and reward. You assess the risk and you look at the reward. That's how business operates. Otherwise, you go bankrupt. When you're in government, you spend, and you don't actually analyze what you've spent until years later, just before you're about to leave office. And you wonder why we're in a mess. We're run by idiots who haven't got a clue how to manage money. And that's why your taxes are so high. That's why the debt is so high, because the people who are running the world right now are completely and utterly incompetent. And they think they have a bottomless pit of money, which they do have because we've allowed them to do it. It's time to take back control. And Trump is changing that. And for those people who are panicking about Trump, don't panic. He's the last president. I've told you that before. I'm telling you again, a little reminder. He's the last president. So don't worry about what's coming next. He's the last president. That was the news. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Juan O'Savin. Juanito, can you hear me? Juanito, what's going on?
Nino. Oh my gosh.
We got to keep doing
it. If the bond crisis doesn't get you, and the school crisis and the alien invasion and the meteorites don't get you, something's going to get you, right?
I mean, I called you. I said, what the hell is this? What's going on? And then here it is. There's this
up to space. Apologize. I had a call and I had to send it away.
But what I mean by that is what I mean by that, Juanito, is Candace and you know all these big podcasters that are jumping ship when the arrests start. Whose side? What are they going to say? You know, like what? I mean, You know what I mean? It's like, what are they going to get back on the bandwagon? How's this going to work out for them? Or are they just going to hate Trump all the way through?
I think for most people, once you've decided you're on the other side, you've picked a lane. It's hard to come back and forth. They wouldn't want to come back and forth anyway because they believe that they're right or whatever. So everybody gets to pick a lane. They pick their lane. So that's the way it is.
I mean, as long as this Iran war keeps, perpetuating, keeps going, I mean, they're going to keep bashing Trump. My question to you, Juanito, is how are we saving Israel for last? Because I got to tell you, I even get tempted myself to jump ship when I just see how much ass kissing there is for Israel.
Well, hold on. Let's talk about this for a second. What is it that you think would be the correct action that Trump should take in dealing with Israel? What would satisfy you?
So, I mean, admitting that Gaza was genocide, number one. Number two, admit that we are funding the greater state of Israel. Number three, when we finish with Iran, whenever that is, we stop funding Israel and send them on their fucking way.
Okay, well,
and then get Benjamin Netanyahu for war crimes. How about that? Let's do that too.
Okay, well, so let's pick about them one at a time. The first one is say it again. What was the first one?
Admitting the genocide of Gaza.
Yeah, okay,
right.
So
I mean, there's a lot here. I don't know.
Well, again, I don't think it's realistic to think that we were ever going to solve the Mideast without some kind of, very direct stuff, including with Iran. The center of terrorism on the planet has been Iran. The center of the money laundering, working with the Brits and everybody else, has been Iran. The money laundering going up through Ukraine, through the Vatican, through 1,000 other places you haven't ever even realized, let alone China and everything else. So you have to get in there and deal with it at some point. And by the way, part of the reason for dealing with Iran before dealing with Israel is because the Israeli lobby, remember, the largest lobbying group in Washington, D.C. is the Israelis. The second largest little tidbit that people fail to understand.
What's the second largest? You broke up.
Together, or OPEC, let's say, the law done by our politicians, it's, who'll pay them the most to, do it. Lots of people. So this situation has been going on for quite a while, and it is doing. He's eliminating towards Israel that Israel uses. Well, you got to give us more. You got to give us more. We're the only ones who provide stability. Well,
folks, I don't know. I mean, I do my best. I do my best. That's all I can say. I do my best. He gets bad reception. Let's wait for him to come back on. Hopefully, I don't have to edit this too much. But let's see if he comes back on. He should. I'll wait just a while. I'll try to keep talking until he gets on here. Let me see what's going on. I mean, it's just bad reception every time. But that's just what it is, folks. I mean, I do my best to bring these guests, and sometimes it's just technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. That's all I can say. So I'm texting him right now. Let's see what's going on. Juanito, come on. Juanito. I'm going to call him on the phone. I'm waiting for you to come back on.
You know what? When we lost each other, I've got full bars here.
I don't know, Juanito. It's weird. It's StreamYard maybe, but you want to jump back on and see if we can finish it up?
Yeah, I mean, it's StreamYard. Fuck, that StreamYard just drives me crazy.
I know. I should have sent you a Zoom link.
Full bars.
All right, let's wrap this up. Let's finish it up.
Well, I mean, let's do it. Let's do the job right. You ask me a question. If I don't answer it right, it'll sound like we're avoiding the answer.
All right, jump on. I'm waiting for you.
All right.
All right, bye. All right, folks. I could edit this, but I want to get this up tonight, so you're gonna have to just deal with my ugly mug for a second. So I guess now's your chance to go grab some popcorn, or maybe I could do a little commercial break. I don't know. Should I do a commercial break, folks? I hope you're getting your red light. Red light. You want to go to myredlight.com, get your red light panels and the PMF mat. 25% off individual PMF mats or PMF 30 for 30% off. So use code for the PEMF mats. It's PEMF 25 for 25% off and PEMF 30 for 30% off bundles and combos. I thought it was Nino 25. Why don't you try Nino 25 first on my red light? Nino 25 and Nino 30 for 30% off on the bundled items. So we're just waiting for Juanito to get back on here. Obviously, StreamYard. This gives all my guests a lot of problems, man. Probably should just send another link. It just takes too long. But if I want to get it up tonight, I got to. If I edit it, it won't be up tonight, folks. So that's what it is. Hold on, let's make sure. Hey, Juanito, you there? All right, there we go.
Hey.
You're back. I've been talking to the audience. If I send this to editing, I won't be up tonight. So hopefully I did enough to keep the audience on board here.
Well, and I don't know what the StreamYard. So
all right, well,
anyway,
let's get into it. Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu, is he going to be charged with war crimes?
I think that there is some basis there, and so I'm not going to blow that off. There's look, if you don't have serious concerns with what's going on, you're not paying attention. The other side of the coin is this area, they had 100,000 missiles pointed at Israel, another 300,000 next door in Lebanon. These people that wanted to wipe out Israel, and everybody was in on it.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. Nobody
the
wants
problem
to.
Is you're going to have to. What they're doing is they're moving them someplace else, and it's brutal. There's been places that they could do it, but this was engineered, Nino. Remember, as I said, the Albert Pike model is to create 3 world wars. This is the Palestinian district. What we're fighting in large measure is the Brits. That's who's behind the money laundering going through Iran and the troll fees and everything else, the banking stuff. 15 ways from Sunday. These guys have been messing with us, including making sure that Iran had enough money to fund the buildups that they were doing in these places to be a threat. They want this globalista New World Order crowd, this Masonic crowd want a 3rd World War. That's what's in the book. Morals and Dogma that Pike wrote in the mid-1800s. They need 3 world wars to create a new world order. They need the conflict, divide and conquer.
I get that.
Okay, so now the question is, Nino, you got to live in the real
Are
world.
we okay?
The real world that we're sitting in is
that
these guys were engineered on
Israel
both sides to fight each other and
right.
bring us into the loop.
Are we going to deal with Israel is what I'm asking you. Are they?
Yes, of course we are. That's the whole point. You have to get rid of the threats that they use within their lobbying to force people that want to help and all that from both sides to keep this conflict going. We're removing the basis for the conflict in many ways. Okay? And unfortunately, this is the stuff that happens. Look, they wanted it, they got it.
So
both sides wanted it.
Let me
ask you. We just don't want the whole world sucked into it. What they want.
I got it. I get it. I understand the Iran part. So let me read something from 4chan about the Iran war, and let me know if you agree with this, because I know you know a lot about this. Iran is not an insolvent pariah state. Iran is a primary source of unhedged liquidity for the shadow banking system. London is the hub. Tehran is the offshore battery. IRGC energy credits are not said They're swapped for Vostro credits in mid-tier Omani banks. Is this true?
Yeah, it's been going on forever, man.
Credits get bundled into centralized or collateralized synthetic obligations. They hit the London repo desks as high-quality collateral to back short-term loans. Without this 24/7 inflow of dark energy-backed paper, the City of London's leverage ratios collapse. The 2026 Iran war is based on two factors of the global elite fighting one another. Their fight has gone from boardrooms to kinetic events, which can also be seen via other seemingly unconnected accidents in the form of private transport caches and security lapses for world leaders. Is this true, Juanito?
Yeah, I think that's pretty
There's more
accurate.
here, but
I mean, remember, it's the banks in the City of London. It's not even England as such or the Commonwealth. It's the banks at the center of the City of London, the 1 square mile, that have maneuvered and engineered this so that they have a constant cash cow, troll fees for the movement of energy across the world. That's why they want to do the green movement. Why? Because it's a further toll crossing fee. You have to pay for the carbon credits. You have to create carbon credits. You have to sell your soul to have carbon credits. And so, why? Because energy makes the world go round. As the plans out, as we increase technology, we're always going to use more energy, always, with an increasing population, other than if we're all wiped out and eliminated. And so by putting these troll fees on the movement of energy, the biggest being oil and natural gas and coal and things like that, you control whole societies, industries. You pick winners and losers, even in the pricing of the oil and things like that. So what we've done is gone in and pulled the teeth of this racket being run by this banking cabal in the City of London. And remember, I told you back when we did the 250th anniversary for the Army last summer, President Trump put the two flags up on the White House front lawn. Then he had security fencing put around the White House, and then only one other place, the Treasury building, not the Federal Reserve, not the Department of Justice or the Senate and House, not the Supreme Court. Treasury. Why? Because the fight moving forward is the White House and the Treasury. And the banking, the money, where's a lot of that money come from? Most of it's going through energy of one type or another all over the world. When we pull the teeth of this energy trade cabal that is using energy as the basis for their monetary transactions and manipulations, we start to defang the Davos crowd, the City of London crowd, the Roman society and Masonic and all sorts of things. And that's important because as we defang them and take the money away, remember, think of what happened with USAID. And they had all their money pulled from them out there at USAID to operations all over the world. A lot of the mischief just plain was defunded, stopped. We're doing the same thing with what's happening in Iran and previously happened in Venezuela. We're cutting off their money supply. And without the money, the mother's milk of politics and terrorism and war, these guys are going to have a hard time presenting, the kind of obstructions to life that they've been trying to do. And as we tone this all down, pull the money train out, we can now get to serious talks in Israel and get to real peace, and including us not having to throw as much money at the problem like all these politicians have done for decades and decades. What other presidents wouldn't do, Trump is now doing. Don't throw stones at them. And Israel, they're racing the clock because we're coming for them too, and they know it. That's why they're racing so fast to rip that whole thing apart. And just going in there, what, we're going to nuke Israel? No.
All right, so let me ask you this. King Charles' U.S. state visit had unexpected VIP bees. What was the significance of this visit? And obviously, it was handing power over, Juanito. Is that what this was? Is symbolic?
Well, let me just say this. He didn't come over here because he wanted to come over here. He got an ultimatum, and he showed up. Okay, so the most significant thing that I think happened was Melania doing like Jennifer did. Jennifer got a pair of snakeskin shoes about 3 weeks ago. She just had the impulse, because I got to step on the devil, and we're just gonna, we have these people that talk about the royals as being descendants of Cain. Cain in the occult is believed to have been a child with Eve, and Satan, Lucifer, the devil, the green man, for he hid amongst the green leaves of the trees. And so the reason that that's important is that here these royals come over who laugh about, you're looking for space aliens? Well, the reptilians are already here. Who are the reptilians? The children of Cain, the children of Satan, Lucifer, the royal families,
Does
because they
that have?
believe they have it's a longer conversation, but there's some interesting stuff there. It's actually something else. It's people not understanding the rest of the physics. But third strand DNA and all that. The really interesting thing here is that Melania, President Trump communicates with the world through the language of flags, semaphore. Melania is the Flagstaff. So when she wears things, especially in an exceptionally high profile event, like meeting King Charles and Camilla, Queen Camilla, uh, uh, whatever she's wearing is going to be, epic in the meanings. Well, she wore snake skin shoes
Man,
and walked out in the garden, and here she is with the reptilians. And we're going to win skinny life. You think that symbology was lost on King Charles?
no,
Oh, believe
but
me,
we can go
nothing
deeper
got
into
by
this.
them. They were. Say again.
We can go deeper into this. I mean, are they friggin' shapeshifters, man? I mean, is there any truth to that?
Well, of course, David Icke talks about that, and we've had people talk about that. You don't have to get that far into it, but if there was something unusual within the DNA, which I wrote about it, I don't know, almost 2 decades ago, there is something there that is very unusual, but it's not what you have to know what you're looking for to see it. Probably is the only way to say it. Once you know what you're looking for, yeah, you can see it. It's there in a lot of the families. And so, is there something different about their DNA? No. Is there something different um, uh, in a parasitic sense attached to their DNA? Yes. And that can be passed along? Yes. So, with that in mind, and they believe it. It doesn't
Entities
matter
are
what the truth is. It's a really important point, You get people all caught up. I don't see it in the Bible. It's not anywhere else. This is their belief. This is a cult beliefs. You're dealing in a family lines that have given themselves over to the devil, Satan, Lucifer. In Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike says, "Let there be no misunderstanding. The God whom we serve is Lucifer." Okay, and he wrote what he wrote there in Morals and Dogma in green ink in honor of the God who taught him all these things, the spirit that taught him all these things. The spirit was green. Okay, well, the devil likes to be green because the green man, the jolly green giant, it goes on and on and on. They love their imagery. And for he hid amongst the green leaves of the garden. That's how he beguiled Eve. He hid out till Adam wasn't close by, and then Condor, by the way. So within those families, they believe that they are descendants of Cain, and Cain was a descendant of Eve and Lucifer mating in the garden. It doesn't matter what the truth actually is, they could be being lied to down through the generations. However, belief is the driver of action. So, what you believe gives you impetus to be and act and operate in a certain way. They believe that they're in a fight with God in heaven, and that Lucifer is totally justified in this fight, and that they're on his side, and that God is blocking them from knowledge. And so they've had to bypass the blocks that God put in place. Oh, we got some of the trees are letting a little lint out to breathe a little bit. Anyway, that Lucifer is freeing us to know things that we would not otherwise know.
Maybe we're better off not knowing certain things, being protected by God.
Adam was to learn everything, but he was to learn it in a specific way, and not just have it imbibed upon him. Eve, the temptation for Eve was, she was created after Adam. Adam was the greatest scientist probably that ever lived. Why? Because he walked morning and evening with God. Oh, here. Yep, good. So let me let you have it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, fun. So Adam named all the animals. He named all the plants. He understood the world that he was given. God gave him the world and everything in it for an inheritance, for himself and for his offspring. Adam, at some certain point going through the garden, realizes, hey, talk about offspring, but I don't have any mate that matches me. And then God puts him to sleep and lets him have a mate, creates Eve. Eve was totally human. She was created out of the side of Adam, same exact DNA, just the female version. So, but if Eve is beguiled by Satan, Lucifer, the devil, and he has different DNA that can work with human DNA, then they don't believe that they are less than human. They believe that they're more than human. They're not merely human, they're more than human. And so that gives them the right to rule, by blood. And they look at us like, cattle, sheep, whatever, to be herded, managed, etc. From a divine perspective, that's, the opposite. And that's this war that we're all in right now. It's epic.
Well, Juanito, I guess I know you're busy. I'll cut it right there. I appreciate you coming on, man. Love you, Juanito. I'll see you in Vegas. Well, we'll do a bunch of shows before then, but I'll see you in Vegas. What, June 15th to the 17th, right?
Yeah, that's going to be an epic event. There's only, we're 3/4 sold out, and I'm waiting even right now to make an announcement. I hope I can make it sometime today. But once we make that announcement, I think
I know
will
what the
sell out
announcement is,
very
right?
quickly. Well, I mean, would you think that a lot of people would want to be there based on that?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. The
Yep.
crowd. Yeah, don't think you're going to make the reservation.
But what do we
Later in the week or next week? It might not be there, but
all right. So okay, but I mean, it's important for influencers to come as well, correct?
Well, absolutely, because the quality of the crowd that's going to be there, even if we're not able to do what we're trying to get ready to announce, like I said, we're 3/4 sold because this is going to be, I think it'll be maybe the event to have attended over, this quarter or something. It's a pretty powerful lineup that we have, and then the information. It's not just the bond stuff that we had here 2 months ago, but and those people, but a lot of other stuff. We tagged it fraud fighters, and literally, like 48 hours later, the president announces that he's putting Vance in charge of a fraud fighting task force, going after all the frauds. They picked the same terminology that we're using. So,
well, I have one question.
Yeah.
Are you and I going to go get some Italian food at the the Italian American?
Oh yeah, the Italian American Club.
Are we doing it?
That's my favorite spot. Yeah, I
do
love
it,
that.
Juanito.
When I'm in town, I usually go there at least once a trip. You know why?
Okay.
Let
Why?
me just tip everybody off. You can go to almost any Italian restaurant, and they got a lot of them in Vegas. Virtually every one of them used to all have spumoni. I would literally get on the plane and fly to Vegas to have spumoni, and in the old days, and take a day or two off. And they all stopped carrying spumoni ice cream because you got a bunch of accountants in New York and Chicago and LA. They don't even know what spumoni is. They don't even, Italian restaurant without spumoni? You crazy?
No,
So
this is the real deal, man. I love this place.
the Italian American Club. It's called a club. It's where Frank Sinatra, some of the guys in the crews around him, they'd all go after they did a performance in town, and they'd go hang out there and they'd sing for other, some of the smaller acts would come sing a lot. And they just had a great time there. Nick, who's the keyboard guy there at the restaurant, is fantastic. And they have some of the acts that they bring in for dinner theater stuff are absolutely world class. You can never go wrong, in my opinion, if you go over for a meal at the Italian American Club. But
We're
when
gonna
you're
do that.
done, you got to get the spumoni. If you don't get the spumoni,
Well, let's go have some spumoni.
Problem, man. What are you thinking? Come on, man. Just get this spumoni. It's not even the question.
Spumoni.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, let's do that, Juanito.
Yeah,
I love you, man.
and they're very
Right.
reasonably priced. I just love the Italian American Club. I mean, yeah, I give them a nice commercial because they deserve it. They don't advertise on anything. They're fantastic. They're one of my favorite places to go in.
Well, we're doing that when
Las
I get out
Vegas.
there.
They're
Right?
only open Tuesday through, or they're only open Wednesday through Sunday. They're closed Monday, Tuesday. So.
All right, folks. Also go to
Yep.
thejennifermack.com, thejennifermack.com. I'll put the link down below as I always do. Juanito, I appreciate you, man.
And by the way, one of the reasons I like Italian American, even if I've already had dinner, a lot of times I have meetings in Vegas and I don't have time. I don't eat or I don't get, whatever. And I can go over there at, 9:30, 10 o'clock, and I'll still get great entertainment. Nick plays, I think, till like 11 or something. I can have a nice dessert. I don't have to go for dinner. I just love going there, just so you know.
But I remember what I had there was either the chicken parmesan or the veal. Oh my God, it was delicious.
Yeah, no doubt about it. In fact, Howard Hughes, when he was supposedly nobody knew where he was, what he was doing, he would order out from the Italian American Club, but occasionally he'd actually go there and eat. Even as famous as he was, they'd kind of stuff him in a corner. Little secret there. 4 or 5 times a year, he'd go there for special days. And he'd go there. The most common thing he did for a number of years, he would go there on Tesla's birthday and have a bite there. And there was other reasons why that date was so special to him. But
well, I'm
anyway,
craving it now, man. All right, my mouth is watering. I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm gonna go eat. Juanito,
okay.
Stay with me.
Yeah. Okay. And by the way, I've got a new coin coming out for people that are waiting on the coins. The people that are doing our coins, which they're the oldest mint in the country, they had a problem with the colorization on some of them, and so we fussed and they stopped. They had one machine down, so they're at half speed. They're all the way back up, added a second shift, and trying to catch up. So we should be caught up on all of our coins that have already been ordered over the next 2.5 weeks, maybe 3 on some real recent stuff. And but the non-colorized, I have something that'll probably release later today, this evening, that we're going to do for a stretch that's very important. But I'll talk about that more maybe in the next couple of days. We'll get it out first, and that'll only be over at the Gumroad, allpatriots at gumroad.com, and then the Moon Coin, which we have on there right now. Pretty cool. So
Got it.
Squirrel showed up, wanted to say hi, Nino, right now. There he is.
You know why the squirrel's there?
Why?
Because he thinks you're nuts.
Well, he's got a nut. So they feed him peanuts. He's got a nut in his mouth. See it? He's got a peanut in his mouth, in the shell, and he's annoyed because he wants to hide it, and he can't hide it with me standing here watching him. Okay, so you have to go, so I can hide this net. You can't see where I put it.
All right, Juanito, let me get off here. Stay with me.
All right, bro.
To the West is subjected to a system of Babylonian debt slavery, where they are forced to spend an entire lifetime paying money to criminal banks who create their money out of nothing because they've artificially raised the prices of houses beyond the ability for people to afford. Back in the 50s and 60s, a worker at a factory could have his own house, afford it and pay it off in no time, and be able to support his wife so she could be a full-time caretaker of her children and raise the next generation. Now, both parents have to work, and children are forced into brainwashing institutions at a very young age in order so that they can be brainwashed. This is the fight that is going on. And what's happening is there has been, the White Hats have reached a consensus that we're going to stage a jubilee, which is to cancel all debt, public and private, and free people from debt slavery. And then we're going to replace the current system of creating money out of nothing by, controlled by Satanists into a system where a future planning agency run by the smartest people on earth under complete transparency will ask people what sort of future they want and figure out how to make it happen. And we figured out what is blocking us now, and the trail leads to the fake King Charles of England. Okay, he's not the real one. And King Charles was just in the United States, where he made a speech, celebrating 250 years of U.S. independence. And the speech was mostly all very good stuff, talking about how the Magna Carta, meant the government just couldn't arrest you for no reason, and support for human rights, democracy, rule of law. He touched all the right buttons, except for two things. One is he wanted to get the United States to support war against Ukraine, or war against Russia on behalf of Ukraine. Let's be clear. What's happening in Ukraine is not a war. It's a genocide. The population of Ukraine went from 90 million in the 1990s to about 18 million today. A lot of them were forced out of the country, but this was a center of bioweapons attacks against humanity, of human slavery. So the whole thing was theater for no good reason, except to justify creating a temple of Satan in the White House. This is the reality that we're facing with this fake government. And the problem goes beyond the United States, and it goes to the UN Security Council, because they have shown themselves to be controlled by Satanists when they refuse to condemn United States and Israel. Listen to Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi explain this. So we can see the UN is controlled not by the people of the world. It's a privately owned enterprise that has nothing to do with the people of the world, unfortunately. And things are going to change, though. We're on the warpath to remove these people, and there's a lot of good news to be seen. For example, David Morans, who was the top aide to Anthony Fauci, noticed that their gasoline prices are rising. Well, guess what? They're not rising for most of the rest of the world because they are getting their oil from Iran, and they're just not paying to the satanic banks anymore. So the UAE is now independent from these people, and a friend who lives there has gone back and said life is returning to normal because they have agreed to join the rest of humanity against these Satanists. Canada has been blockading automobile parts to the United States, and they may soon block potash. And farmers right now in the United States already have a 100% increase in fertilizer costs just as the spring planting season has begun, and they've lost their export markets. And farmers were among the main supporters of the real Donald Trump, who, as I keep repeating, was replaced in June of 2025. So farmers need to, use their clout to remove these criminals from government. And the other thing, of course, is we need to get rid of that clown Pete Hegseth, so-called Minister of War, who's presided over the greatest military defeat in U.S. history. We have confirmed from multiple independent sources that all U.S. bases in the region have been destroyed. I am hearing some reports that up to 7 U.S. Aircraft carriers have been destroyed now. Even if they haven't, the fact is that they are obsolete. Okay, any rational military would immediately bring them back and turn them into scrap, recycle the parts to make missiles and other technology that actually is, up to date, because they're obsolete and they're sitting ducks if they haven't already been sunk. Now, to understand just how incompetent the U.S. military leadership and the fake Trump are, listen to this testimony from the congresswoman from San Diego, which has one of the largest military communities in the United States. Listen to this testimony for a minute. So you can see these are some of the most brainwashed and loyal people who have been following the official narrative devoutly, and yet even they are realizing that something is very, very wrong with the leadership. And we need to move in. We need to we need to remove these people. And I know that they're going to try to flee to South America, but we must not let them get away this time. We have to make sure this satanic infection is permanently removed from this planet so that we can have world peace, where we have the people of humanity decide what kind of future they want to build together, and we make it happen. We don't be, scared from one fake terrorist incident into fighting each other forever. The source of almost all wars, genocides, everything is this cult, and they've been controlling the United States and Israel since the end of World War II, and they'll continue killing because they need wars in order to be able to capture children for slavery, and in order to be able to finance their drug and other operations. They are a plague on this planet, and an international movement is now working to remove them from power. But we have to go after the fake King Charles. We have to go after the fake Trump. They have to be removed from our screens, and then this nightmare will end. But we will keep up the fight. But like I say, the Charles is now a high priority white hat target. Same with the fake Trump and Hegseth. They all must go, and hopefully this nightmare will end soon, and we'll have a jubilee. All your debts will be canceled, and then you'll have government that actually does what you want, not forces you into slavery. That's what we're fighting for, and this is what May Day is about. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
I bet we have our first question for today. What do you believe happens to Wilcox? Do you believe that he actually committed suicide, or does it seem like there's more to this?
Well, let me tell you a story. They once sent a North Korean spy to one of my public speaking engagements, and she offered herself to me, and I was naive at the time. She was beautiful, she was young, and I ended up living with her for a while, and she started going to the police and saying I was taking drugs, I was being abusive. She started doing, tried to chase away all my friends. And finally, I took her out into the countryside where there was no cell phone coverage and asked her why she was doing this. And she explained that her family was being blackmailed. Her name, by the way, because she agreed to work with me. But in any case, she told me that her job, her assignment was to chase away all my friends, isolate me, and then dump me and hopefully bankrupt me as well, so that I would commit suicide. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened to David Wilcox, but he was He did have a beautiful young woman and as a wife, and everything seemed to be going great. And I don't know what happened to him. If he was fell into a similar trap they tried on me, I just don't know. But he was trying to work on free energy, and even if he committed suicide, he was driven into it. That's my belief. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. What's going on with this war in Iran? We're hearing less and less about it recently, and also in Ukraine. We're not hearing much about anything that's happening over there right now. Is there any information that you can give us in regards to both of those ongoing wars?
Well, the U.S., the Khazarian mafia has lost in both Iran, Israel, and Ukraine. And I forgot to mention that Iranian Foreign Minister Aragchi was in Russia and last week, and they reached an agreement that the settlement with Iran and Israel and Ukraine were all linked to the same people, and that Russia, China, Iran, and now Canada, Germany, France, most of the West are agreed that these mafiosi gangsters must be removed from power in Ukraine, in Israel, in the United States, and they're putting together a united front. So the reason you're not getting news is because the United States and the Ukrainians have completely lost in the battlefield, and Israel, I understand, has surrendered and will soon be replaced by the state of Judea, which will be multi-religious, multinational, and friendly to its neighbors. So basically, these Satanists lost the war, and now they're circling the wagons in Washington, D.C., and in South America, in Patagonia. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why, if the United States is a bankrupted government, is the US dollar so strong globally right now? Shouldn't it be crashing if the US government is bankrupt? It is way up right now on the yen, the won, and pretty much every other currency with the exception of the euro and the pound. What's going on with this?
Well, as I keep repeating, the US dollar is no longer American. What's happened is that starting in 2008, they quarantined all the dollars owned by people outside of the United States from the ones being newly created by the Federal Reserve Board. So these dollars are owned by China, they're owned by the countries that have trade surpluses, they're backed by gold, and they're separate from the dollars that they're using to pump up cryptocurrency in the stock market in the United States. Even though they're both the American dollar, they have different serial numbers, and they're not being accepted with. In other words, the U.S. dollar is strong because it's not American anymore. That's the bottom line. And the United States is still pretending they control it, but they only control it within the United States and a few other very limited places. And mostly the only way they can launder it is through the stock market and through crypto. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I'd like to point out that J.D. Vance, who also may not be the original, has been in the company of Kushner and Witkoff when trying to negotiate a peace deal. He's the vice president of the fake Trump administration, so he's essentially compromised like the rest of them. None of them can be trusted, and all of them need to be arrested. To think he's the lesser of the two evils, in my opinion, is ridiculous. If the bad guys are running Trump, then they must be running all of them. What happened to taking down Bridget Macron as the ringleader? Now you're telling us these other names after stating it was Bridget who needed to go to collapse the Trump show. So who is it that needs to go first in order to stop this chaos everywhere?
Well, if you see what France is doing right now, they condemned the war in Iran, and basically Brigitte Macron or Jean-Michel de Rothschild has surrendered. And so the problem now is some Italians in the P3 or T2 Freemasons who control the acting troop with people like J.D. Vance and the fake Trump who are the source of the problem. But my view is that if J.D. Vance is just an actor reading a script, then one way to do it would just be to give him a new script. However, I think it would be better at this point to shut down the entire acting troupe and restore actual democracy once again to the United States. So instead of having hidden controllers handing strips to actors who appear, who play the role of vice president or whatever, we should restore actual democracy. And that's what Canada's fighting to do, to liberate their American brothers and sisters from this system. Next question.
And then we have our last question for today. Japan has sold off all U.S. bonds, is what you said recently. If that's true in substance, it's kind of a good news. But my doubt is the sell-off maybe to trick a make-believe window, dressing up to look like so, because I suspect who would be interested in buying these real terrorist government U.S. bonds now? That's to say, who would be buying the bonds from Japan?
Well, what's happening is the United States is buying their own bonds by, creating fronts like through these offshore places like the Bahamas, and using cryptocurrency, or in other words, they pretend that somebody's buying them by printing money out of thin air, but they're not accepted as currency in most of the world anymore, and that's why your gas prices are going up. So, Japan did sell them, and the United States created fake money to hide that, but that's not going to make a difference because there's something known as the real world, and you're seeing that with hyperinflation in the United States and with the rise in gas prices. Your economy is being quarantined until you get rid of these Satanists and their fake government show. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. And happy May Day, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Worldwide deep state corruption and fraud is being exposed as we head towards a possible EMP and or the EBS, right? Now, if we have either one of those events, because the deep state corruption is being exposed so fast and so looks like we're going to have arrests pretty soon and so forth. If that happens where they, do one or both of those events, electromagnetic pulse, which basically kills all the internet and cell phones and so forth and cars and all electronics. If they do that, wherever you're at is where you're at. Don't get all crazy. A lot of people have not been leaving their homes because for years because they think there's going to be an EMP or the EBS, the emergency broadcast system, and it's different. It's called something different, throughout the world. But these events are very, very possible, right, with the deep state guys, because they are really up against the wall hard, and they start having people arrested in mass, which has been quietly going on behind the scenes for a while. But if they make it public, then there's going to be some problems, right? So a lot of my contacts and people that I'm, talking to and dealing with, believe that we're very close to mass arrest, right? So a lot of us are like, yeah, we'll believe it when we see it, because we've been talking about it for a long time. But has it, started to reach that level? I think it's closer than any time ever. Although we've been hearing it, and we know that a lot of people haven't been speaking like they used to speak for a long time. Either they're laying low, thinking that they'll eventually regain their positions of power and then come back at us, or they're definitely under strain and or have already been taken off the scene and have been dealt with. So regardless, what's really going on behind the scenes, we're seeing, President Trump, taking down the deep state in Iran. The city of London is on a massive strain, from us and a lot of other places. But there's still, problem areas like Canada. There's also Cuba. Venezuela's been freed. but we still have some problem areas. With China still needs to be freed and so forth. So it's going to be a process going forward. Now, where's Russia at in all of this? I think Russia's already on the side of the U.S. We'll see if Putin and Trump have actually worked out a deal. I think they worked out a deal in the first administration, and it's being quite substantially being operated on in this administration. So, Trump administration absolutely is having great success on multiple levels. We're going to continue to see that going forward. Although a lot of people in the deep state arena are being activated to come after, President Trump and his followers and so forth, but it's not having the effect that they want. It's actually helping to wake up more people, and more people are starting to get on the side of that. And we're going to discuss that. So let's jump into some of that. So EMP basically is, like I said, electromagnetic pulse, a brief burst of electromagnetic energy that can disrupt communications and damage electronic equipment. There are nukes that could send out this particular, and they're specifically designed to put out EMP, multiple EMPs, across the United States will basically wipe out electronic system in the United States. There was a book that came out. It was called 1 Second After. And in that book was by William R. Fortune. And he talked about, this one small town, I think it was in North Carolina, that, how they were destroyed by this. It says, I'm going to read a little blurb about it. It says, this book presents a chilling post-apocalyptic scenario where America faces a major threat from an electromagnetic pulse attack. And they never knew where it actually came from. But the military is, hardened. There's a lot of industries that have been hardened. If you have a Faraday cage, if your phone or your computer is in a Faraday cage, which basically is kind of like a aluminum foil type thing with padding and so forth. It's thick enough that would resist electromagnetic pulse. It would survive and still be able to use it. But if all of the cell towers are down and all of the internet wiring is down, fried, it's not going to do any good. So at least you still have that as something you can look at, the years that go forward. Like, look, this is, and we found, stuff like that over time, that's been, they found it in, I don't know, I think they found a piece of something in Greece one time that looked like some kind of a computer type thing. And that was like, had, rock and coral or whatever on it that was like hundreds, thousands of years old. So has this happened in the past? It's, it's a possibility. So we'll see if this is going to be something. I don't think it's going to happen. I've heard a lot of people talk about it over the years. When this book initially came out, people were fearful that it would happen. I say you should not be in fear. You should be always living your life as you live it. Have a fallback situation where, if everything goes down, you have food and water and so forth that you'll be able to survive on. So, it was a small North Carolina town. The story unfolds as an electronic magnetic pulse attack devastates America in one instant. Society finds itself thrust back into a primitive existence, reminiscent of the Dark Ages. So they didn't have any medicine, that was being shipped in. Food supplies weren't coming through trucks because the trucks were all fried. No oil, no gas, unless it was still in the pump. And there was people that took control of this town after a lot of people just raided the stores and the drugstores, and eventually those people that are on drugs to keep them alive, and on and on and on. So it got to the point where there were gangs of people that were cannibals that would go from town to town, raid towns, and eat people. It was crazy. So this one particular town had a lot of former military guys, and they got together basically when this roving band of cannibals came in. They basically wiped them out. But But this is kind of one of the things that could happen, as was pointed out in that book. I would, like I said, I don't worry about that. And, because I'm well trained, so I can handle a situation like that, and I could train other people around me very quickly if they were willing to be trained and didn't freak out. So that's my point in all this. Don't freak out, because those people eventually, over a year or so, and there's other books that came in where they combined together. They got a dam going and started, electricity from a dam, and so everything got turned around. But it took time because people freaked out, and those people that freaked out did survive, and on and on and on. So don't freak out. That's the gist of one of those events. So yeah, electromagnetic pulse possibility. There are, different things out there that could, weapon systems that could actually create that. And then, of course, the emergency notification system, emergency broadcast system, EBS, where they're broadcasting that stay in your home. The military is going to be involved, and taking down governors and politicians in your state that are very corrupt, right? So, California and New York and Illinois. So, would we love to see that? I think like 80 to 90% of Americans would love to see that. Now, some people are like, there's no way that's ever going to happen because most of us don't want that, but it still keeps going on. Well, that's why it probably will go down, because we're moving into a position where we're going to be able to strike back against stupid and evil things, right? Incredibly stupid. All right. So, but first we got to look at, the bigger picture, what's going on around the world. And how does this fit into taking down the deep state? And why would the deep state be so fearful that they would, create chaos and, electromagnetic pulses or whatever? So the U.S. is ready to strike Iran again because they're not playing around. They're tired of Iran, just kicking the can down the road. Oh yeah, well we want to deal with you. And today, I guess, was one of those days where everybody took it that Iran wants to negotiate with us, but as the time goes on and the stock market, rejoices and goes up, and all the things that we like, silver and gold and all that goes up, then after the market closes, we're hearing that there's problems. But tomorrow is another day, and so there will be negotiations again that are looking good, and so the stock market will continue to go up. Like I said, it would. Even though it's oversold or overbought, at some point, I think it's going to be really oversold. But in the meantime, we're going to have this crazy upward movement in the stock market where there gets a little bit of a pullback before it reaches like not catastrophic, parabolic levels where it goes straight up, and silver goes straight up. And silver will stay up, and we'll probably get a little pullback like it normally does when the stock market crashes. But eventually that turns around and it goes super parabolic, right? I predicted 250 by mid-year and 500 at the end of this year. At some point, it's going to be 1,000, right? But the opportunities aren't there for those that don't invest, right? And that's one of the things I continually I've been trying to get you guys to do for years, and most of you guys have been doing it. So U.S. forces ready to resume combat operations against Iran. So this is something that Hegseth has said he's ready. He's ready to go. Warns Hegseth. Trump says U.S. will guide ships out of Strait of Hormuz. This was 2 days ago to just hours ago. He said, we're stopping that now because Iran tried to run the gauntlet and they got fired upon. And so in retaliation, they hit one of the ships that was trying to escape. 1,600 ships are trapped inside, massive ships, super tankers and, cargo ships, massive cargo ships with cargo supplies on them. Trapped for well over a month now. And it's a kind of a, trying to help those people out that are on those ships. If those ships don't move, then they can't make water. It's hard for them to make electricity. So they're in dire straits, right? A dire straits in the Straits of Hormuz. All right, sounds like a thriller to remember. But this is something that a lot of them will, and we'll talk about this for a long time after this is done. This is one of those events where once this is basically finished and over, then it's going to be historical. But we have to go through this period of time. Of course, there's going to be lots of negativity thrown at Trump, but there's a larger group behind Trump, like me and you, all right, and millions and millions of others, billions of others are behind Trump in making this happen. Of course, there's maybe a few 100 million that are not so much, but that's okay. There's more of us than them, and it's not that the bad guys are like pushing on us as been in the past, and no one stepped up to it. Now we have massive numbers of people around the world that are turning against the deep state on a massive scale, and this is being revealed. So Iran was part of their game plan to nuclearize Iran so that they could threaten the entire world, and the deep state would just like pull their chains, like, okay, point a nuclear missile at America. Now that we've given you the technology to send missiles all over the world, they're being a little feisty, and they don't want to get in line to our manipulations and control. So that is something that is not going to happen now, thanks to Trump and team. So I'm pretty excited about that, because I've seen this, like I've talked about in my travels around the world, and decades and decades of being in the Middle East, and just going, man, these guys are savages, right? I remember when I first went over, I was like, how are you guys calling these people savages? They're human beings. No, they're savages. They're savages. It's a small group of them that are so savage and so in control that they manipulate massive populations. That are peaceful, loving people like the people of America. But we're peaceful and loving, but we can kick your ass if you get out of line. And we're so ready to kick some ass. All right. God help the people that, manipulate these elections going forward. God help them, because they're going to need it. Right. All right. Trump says U.S. will guide ships, like I said, and today it ended. The Iran conflict is teetering on the edge again. All right, it's like daily, hourly, it's teetering on the edge. Now that we have who's in charge of the White House reporting now, of course, that's Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is now the chief of White House, because the woman that's been doing it for a long time is pregnant, and she's gone off to give birth. And of course, Marco is not pregnant. He cannot give birth, so he can have another hat. So I think he's got like 10 hats now. It's so funny. So obviously, President Trump is grooming him for something, right? So he's doing so many different things. Head of the Department of State, and about 5 other things. I think he's going to be the new governor of Cuba at some point. So it's crazy. I think it's fun. All the different hats that Marco's wearing, and they're making memes of it. It's so fun. All right, Israel launches airstrike on Beirut. And basically what they're doing, they're hunting, which they've been doing for a long time. They're hunting Hezbollah leaders. And I think they may have taken out another Hezbollah leader. Of course, this was part of the package of peace agreements that we had with Iran. So are we just like openly poking Iran now? So, you guys keep getting out of line. You bombed UAE a couple days ago, and you bombed a tanker that we're trying to rescue. And so now we're just going to start doing what we want, taking out the leadership, because you take the leadership out, and eventually there's no more leaders. It's going to take a lot of taking out leaders, because that's the way these guys operate. They have levels and levels and levels of people that can step up. But like I saw in a lot of Middle Eastern countries, like in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and some other countries, where we basically came in and just drone striked the leaders over time. We find out where they were. We had people that were telling us where they were, that were operating with them. And it's like, okay, where are they going to be? And they were like, okay, they're going to be here on this date. And here's their, we planted, I'm going to drive this car into the province, and it's got a, $500,000 tracking device on it. And they're going to get in it, and I'm going to give them the car. And then you guys can blow it up. So we would do that. It's crazy how that worked. Or we would get computers. Can you take my computer into Islamabad and get it worked on? Yeah, we're taking it in Islamabad, and then we're getting it. We being the CIA, and we got all the information off that, downloaded all the information off that, found out where all the baddies are, and they got drone striked. And so this is the way this game gets played. So Q and Trump and a lot of other people said we have everything, and we do, guys. We have everything on these people, and we got the works on them. So arrests start to happen. They know the game's up for the big dogs, and they spend decades and decades and decades, and they pay trillions of dollars to different people to get in positions of power, like Newsom and Hochul and you name the governors that have been, paid, basically put in these positions. They weren't elected; they were selected, and they were put in these positions of power. It took a lot of money, took a lot of bribery to get these people in position, so that when they are ready to do different operations, they get contacted. There's signaling that happens. They have channels, they have technologies and all kind of crazy stuff that we have gotten hold of. It's kind of like the Germans when they had the Enigma machine. They thought that they were sending information. Their buddies in Japan, in Italy, the fascists in those countries were sending information through the Enigma machine. They're like, oh yeah, it's safe. There's no one can decipher that information. Well, we did. We knew what they're doing. That's how we sank so many Japanese aircraft carriers and battleships and so forth. We knew where they're going to be, and so we sunk them. We were ready. We had, aircraft carriers and submarines and all kind of crazy stuff that were sinking those guys all over the place. Same thing in Mediterranean. The Germans are trying to ship oil to Rommel. He wasn't getting it. Surprise, surprise. We knew what they were doing, right? And we knew that when Mussolini was trying to escape, we sent information to the rebels, and they got Mussolini and his girlfriend that were trying to escape over the border, and they brought him back to town. They had a little quick military tribunal, and they were hung with piano wire in the town square, right? So will we see town square hangings? It's possible. It's possible. So things are going to get a little rough, right? Things are going to get a little rough over the next couple of years or so, is my best guess. And once it kicks off, we could see EMP, EBS, and certain things like that. So you just need to be aware that there's possibility of that. You want these baddies to be taken down, don't you? All right. So there could be a little bit of a cost. If you're ready, you won't really be impacted. But people that aren't listening and don't believe, they can get impacted. All right. So you can tell them all that you want. They're still going to potentially suffer, unfortunately. So have your shit together. Maybe have a little bit more for family and friends that you want to support. But at some point, it's going to get pretty rough out there, I think. And maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, we haven't seen rough yet, I don't think. A lot of people are like, you don't know how much we're suffering. Oh, I do. I've had to go into the woods for almost a year to draw them away from my family, right? A lot of people don't understand that when I did that, I was drawing the deep state away from my family, right? Unfortunately, it work out so great for my son. But there, lots of friends and so forth that I had to distance myself from because I didn't want them to be threatened. So my family has gone through a lot, and a lot of families out there go through a lot to keep you guys informed, all right? To keep you guys uplifted, to keep you guys ready for all these events. A lot of people have been doing this. We're at war, all right? So yeah, I'm sad for you that you're not getting, your arrests when you want them and you don't believe anymore. That's fine, but those of us that can see the bigger picture and keep you guys informed the best that we can, it comes with a cost. All right. So over 123 historic Christian churches in Canada burned or vandalized in the past 5 years. More than 220 burned in Europe, right? So this is part of the deep state. That's, some people just don't care. And the deep state is basically keeping us uninformed about this stuff, right? So all these different churches throughout Canada being burned. In many of Canada's small towns sits an architectural wonder. It's their church. These are the centerpiece of each town. They tower over the residential homes and small businesses, often massive structures with intricate designs and steeples, some of which are over 200 years old. And of course, in Europe, they're like 1,000+ years old, and they're being burned. They're being burned and destroyed on many different levels. So all across Canada, churches are being vandalized and burned to the ground. The Canadian government seems to have little interest in learning why or stopping it and even suppressing the information that is even happening. It's not even getting any press. Churches that have been around for like over 100 years are being burned, like this one right here that you're going to see. And it's right across from the brand new over $1.7 million fire department right next to it, and it burned to the ground because this is part of the plan.
For Rebel News, behind me, a church last night burnt to the ground. You can see the massive bell tower, which fell at around 8 p.m. last night. The fire was detected just before 7 p.m. More than 40 firefighters tried to battle the blaze from this village of Saint-Romain.
All right, so I am a shipboard firefighter. I've learned how to fight fires. Yeah, maybe right here they're like washing down this unburnt side so it stays nice and cool. And but I don't see a lot of hoses. Although a lot of firefighters responded, these guys seem to be just standing around watching so that it will burn to the ground. I think so.
Romaine, Quebec, and 5 municipalities in the area, but they couldn't save it. Every timber charred to the ground. You can still see some remnants, for example, of the music sheets for the hymns. Behind the wreckage is a cemetery. I was looking at some of the tombstones. They go back more than a century. This building itself was almost 100 years old, and there were churches on this land that predate that. I can only imagine.
So Saint-Romain in Canada, and this is one of, well over 100 churches that have burned. Now we know that Islamists have infiltrated Canada on a massive scale. Muslims, Islamists, that has happened across Europe, and that has been happening across America. Right. So I know that some churches have been burning in America as well, but not on this scale. So this is part of the destruction of the old system, the family system, the people that made these counties, these towns, these cities, these states, these provinces wealthy and famous, and now they're destroying all that. It's pathetic. Right now, I said almost 6 years ago, if you're in Canada, you better get the hell out. Right. So a lot of Canadians did leave. All right. All their best, their brightest have left Canada, and they're still leaving. Right. But some people And I'm going to repeat this theme over and over again because you're going to see it throughout all the cities in America that are being destroyed as well through the deep state. Throughout Canada, there are people that are believing that it will just come back, right? So this is a major point in the history of these cities that's being destroyed across Canada. And this is part of the defamation and destruction of the family units, the wokeness that's coming in. You know, your children, they want to change their sex. Yeah, we're going to do that. Your towns, your cities, you know, they don't want certain things. We don't care. We're voting for it anyway. And no one steps up. No one does anything. And we're going to talk about that as well.
And how this church was an integral part of the community for everything. I mean, now we live in a country dominated by the state, but for a great amount of time, social services were provided not by the government, but by the church. It would have been the daycare. It would have been the preschool. It would have been a food bank. It would have been a community center where people would celebrate life cycle events, a birth, a christening.
And this is one of the things like I said, I've traveled all over the Far East, Far East and especially the Middle East, not so much the Far East that this is a problem in, but the Middle East. And I saw where the Christian churches and the nuns were helping the community, and still the radical Muslims came in and burned them. So this is the process that's going on in Canada and in Europe and in some places in America.
Funeral, a wedding. This church was an integral part of Saint-Romain, the same way the church has been an integral part of Quebec. I flew early this morning from Toronto to Quebec City and then rented a car and drove the 2 hours to Saint-Romain. And town after town, first of all, they're named after saints, just like Saint-Romain is. And the highlight, the architectural, cultural, geographic center of every one of these towns is a beautiful church, some of them astonishingly large, given the small town they're in, which suggests that in an earlier era, the church was absolutely the focal point of life in these towns. I put it to you that the history of Quebec is the history of the Catholic Church. You could do a tour from church to church, cathedral to cathedral in this province, much the way you could do that in Italy. Obviously, the grandeur and the size.
All right, Quebec, obviously French. So I've been to France and I've toured the cathedrals there. Magnificent structures. And when you walk into these cathedrals, it's like, because they were built to basically activate your pineal gland and all the different, things that brought your spirituality and your health to a higher level. And I did the same kind of touring in England. My wife and I, we toured lots of beautiful cathedrals in England as well. So we've toured a lot of these magnificent structures. Incredible. And they're being burned. They're being destroyed by the deep state, guys. We have to stop these mad people, these psychopaths that are destroying our cultures all over the world. All right. So Alberta, separatists say they have enough signatures to trigger a break from Quebec, and they don't need Quebec to give them the okay. The way they're set up, if enough of them, want to separate, they can. So will they have protection from the United States? Of course they will, because once Alberta has separated, then it's going to be a domino effect for the rest of Canada up to a certain point. Quebec might be a little holdout, but eventually they will too, right? Because they're seeing their churches and their culture being destroyed. And once that's really pointed out, of course, the press, deep state press is controlling the information. That church that I showed you guys in Saint-Romain is basically there was no press about it. No press. That one guy is part of a press that I've basically subscribed to them to help them, but there is Rebel News. So there is, and I subscribe to them a long time ago and support them and put their information out whenever I can, so that they're able to continue to maintain their reporting, because the press in Canada is not reporting, guys. It's just not reporting. And we know the same thing is happening in the United States, it's happening in Europe. You're getting the news from people like myself that are really out there. Of course, you got crazies like Tucker Carlson now. It's gone full retard. A lot of those people that we used to look up to, I guess they were just basically told, now's the time you're going to have to go full retard. We told you at some point you're going to do this, and now's when we want you to do it. Right. So we're seeing it from a lot of them, and they're just completely destroying themselves to try and destroy and trying to, bring at least a few more people, over to the deep state side. And it's having a backlash. It's a huge backlash. Alex Jones, basically, finally, it's so funny because it was years and years ago that they came after him for supposedly exposing a school shooting that they say actually happened. Okay, right. There's a lot of evidence that it didn't, and he was putting that out there, and like everybody else. And so they sued him for $1 billion, something crazy. And they're like, okay, we're going to just take over your news broadcast. But for some reason, it just kept going. It kept going. So I guess they decided, hey, we need you to go full retard. And, we know it's going to destroy you. And we're going to have to totally destroy you and take away your newscast. It's that example that you don't go against our going after schools and so forth that don't exist. So it's part of the deep state, modus operandi, where they're going to continue to, suppress information. Am I getting suppressed? Absolutely, I'm getting suppressed. I'm getting massive attacks now where people are coming in and trying to slay my narrative. I have a lot of people that, fortunately, are beautiful people that, want to, maintain this information, and they're chopping the trolls out as fast as they come in. I go back and I look at the comments, beautiful comments from a lot of you. You become my friends, almost like my relatives. I meet a lot of people when I travel that come up to me and talk about, I'm just in a restaurant and going across country, and people come up to me, I see your show. It's so fun. So we are working together to basically pass through this very difficult time, keeping each other sane, keeping each other healthy, and so forth. And it's definitely looking very good. So I'm very excited about Alberta becoming free from the deep state and Quebec. All right. And that doesn't mean that Quebec is evil. It means that the people that are controlling, because like I said, I've seen these people all over the world, these deep state actors. Iran has, of course, some of the worst deep state actors, because they've held that country under their iron grip for 47 years. And President Trump is the first one to really free them. And they're going to be freed. And it's going to be outstanding. So once that happens, people are going to be, okay, so maybe President Trump ain't so bad after all. All right, so let's look at another place that's going to get freed, and that is Cuba. So this one young American has been going there and is revealing what that horrific, place is like. They've taken away their religion. All right, they were very Catholic, just like Quebec there, where they had, people that came in. Castro is like, you can no longer honor your church. You have to honor the state. We are your gods now. All right. So very, very sad. But look at this. This country is basically, since the revolution in the 50s, it has been frozen in time.
These blackouts in the electrical grid problems have been going on for decades. They haven't fixed them. By the way, I rented this bicycle for the day. It's very flexible for $22. It enables me to get around. Private transportation, or even the bicycle taxis here, aren't the best. They're good if you want to go a short distance, but they're not very, what's the word? Navigable, flexible. This can get anywhere in any nook and cranny I can park it. I got a bike chain. It's going to allow us to explore things that tourists don't necessarily see. So I think this neighborhood is Colón. And so what you'll see here, it is Viernes Santo, Holy Friday, or Good Friday in English. So I don't think there's school today, but they don't really celebrate Holy Week here like they would in Spain. Spain, obviously, the whole processions, the thrones, the ultra-Catholicism. Well, I've spoken to people who still maintain.
I mean, look at those cars, frozen in time, still held together with wire, and they're very ingenious keeping this stuff together. I saw this throughout the Middle East too. In Pakistan, there were guys that could, take a weapon system, a shotgun that had been left from the British Empire, and they could, a metal piece had broken off the shotgun, so it was no longer usable. They could go in and completely manufacture that piece and then get that shotgun going again. I saw so much talent like that, but that's how they don't have access to these weapon systems, obviously, in Pakistan, because they're under rigid control through a very evil state. And the same thing with Cuba. Cuba's been, under, for, almost, it's like 70, about 76, 77 years, somewhere around in there, where they have, been frozen in time, and they haven't been able to get the parts and the stuff that they would normally do because there's such controls. But I mean, look at these vehicles. I mean, yeah, look at that cab. Somebody got a nice cab in there. That's pretty funny. But you rarely see any nice cars. Trash on the streets. These buildings are like 200 years old. They're still standing. They used to be millionaires that had these homes, and the millionaires are long gone, just like a lot of major cities in the U.S.
In religious faith here, but religion, obviously under Castro, was not permitted. And so there's been a new growth of the African culture of Yoruba, Santeria, especially in the barrios. You can strip people's dignity. You can take away money, jobs, but you can't take away people's faith. As we see, the guys are cleaning here. I actually have seen less trash here than last time. They said the trash is a crisis because there's no garbage trucks, but we just see a garbage truck back there. Let's cross here and let's go this way. We're a vehicle at this point.
But yet you see garbage all in the streets, right? So this is the way it is in many cities in the Middle East. And now a lot of towns, big towns, Detroit, which we're going to talk about, completely collapsed. No Republicans have been in Detroit for 100 years. Same thing that's happening in Chicago, probably 100 years since they've been a Republican mayor. Same thing is happening in LA, in San Francisco. These cities are collapsing, trash on the streets. Seattle, homeless, Portland, homeless, poop in the streets everywhere, businesses closing down, millionaires and billionaires leaving in droves. And then there's people that are like, I mean, look at this city. You think there's anyone left from the 50s? Yeah, there's still some, unfortunately, that never escaped. They thought that it'll turn around. It'll turn around. Just like the people of Detroit thought their city would turn around. And they stayed in their homes until all the homes around them were abandoned, crack houses and so forth. And then they had to escape for their lives and just leave. So if they even were able to escape, right? Some seniors probably were, not so lucky, right? So this is the thing that we're seeing with the deep state guys, the incredible corruption, the fraud that's just destroying whole countries like Cuba, whole countries like the United States. Fortunately, President Trump came back just as things were starting to accelerate to the downside. Now, what was it that caused the acceleration to the downside? That is where the payment for debt. So all of the trillions of dollars that we had in debt. So the interest payment on the debt was higher than what we were paying for defense. Whenever that has happened in history, that is the collapse of that civilization. So that happened in 2025 in the United States. All right. So what turns that around? Where the country produces to the point where it reverses that and then gets to the point where, accelerates. That's where we're heading now. But there's a lot of cities that are going to resist. All these Democrat cities, which is basically deep state, are going to resist. All these states that are deep state Democrat cities are going to resist.
Okay, I see some trash up here. Let's look at the situation with the trash. I've noticed that people come. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. It smells. Oh, I've noticed that trash.
Yeah, New York, LA, Chicago, San Francisco. Take a bike ride down some of those streets. You're going to be puking too.
Of course, but also, you guys, there's been a cultural, educational decline in years past, and people just throw trash in the street. It is what it is. Sad, but I don't think it used to be that way. I think there used to be pride and educación, as they say in Spanish. Throw trash in the street. It is what it is.
See the graffiti? Just like LA, San Francisco, Chicago, New York. It's the same process, guys. The same process of collapse.
But I don't think it used to be that way. I think there used to be pride and educación, as they say in Spanish. You unfortunately see this all throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. You just dump your trash everywhere. But Cuba's an exception because, I guess, the most you can do is bring it to those trash areas.
All right. So as you guys can see, there is desolation that's going on in those cities. Now, I have to run through this because I just realized I'm very close to dinner time. I'm in Hawaii. As you guys can see, another LifeWave trip, my 7th. When was the last time you had a company that gave you a free trip for doing really well in your company? When was the last time you got bonuses that were unbelievable in your company? Yeah, that's what I get with LifeWave. That's why I've been promoting LifeWave for all this time. So LifeWave is a breakaway from this deep state control system. And I can talk in depth about how the founder, David Schmidt, was, pressed hard by the deep state when he worked for the military, developing LifeWave technologies for SEAL teams. And Obama came in and basically kicked him out. So then he's like, okay, I'll do it out here for the public. So now he has gotten a lot of pushback out here in the public from a lot of different ways. But this is the wave of the future. So glad to be part of that. Now let's look at how decades of Democrat rule ruined some of our finest cities. Like I said, I got to push through this very quickly. So let's look at this real quick. So of course, urban blight a few decades ago. Now this is back in 2016. So this is 10 years ago. A few days ago, filmmaker Michael Moore tweeted, Flint has voted for Dems for 84 straight years. So 94 straight, almost a year, almost 100 years now. What did it get us? Don't drink the water in Flint, Michigan. Federal and state officials blast your water supply switch, blah, blah, blah. So we see this thing repeated over and over again. 100 years of Democrat rule. Detroit last elected a Republican mayor in 1957. It is now the model of urban failure, with almost 40% of the population living below the poverty line. All right, what's left of the population? 1.2 million people less in Detroit than at its height. So a 60% decline in the population of Detroit, which was at one time, if it wasn't the number one, it was the number 2 most successful cities in America. And under Democrat rule, it has been destroyed. Chicago's last GOP mayor was elected in 1927. So almost 100 years. And more than 2,300 people were shot there last year. This is 2016. That number is probably 1,000 more now. So that's probably, its finances are just so grim. Chicago is so broke. Stephen Moore explained months ago that its bonds are junk status. All right. So St. Louis has been Democrat mayor since 1949. Philadelphia, last GOP, 1952. Baltimore and Oakland, both as late as 1960s. Newark, New Jersey, hasn't had a GOP for more than a century. It was ranked as the 5th worst city to live in 2015. Detroit, of course, was first. All right. When Democrats are in control, cities they don't tend to go soft on crime. They are soft on crime. Reward cronies, fraud with public funds, establish hostile business environments, heavily tax the most productive citizens, and set up fat pensions for their union friends. All right. We all know this. This has been part of the problem for a long time, guys. Deep state. Detroit lost 1.2 million people, as I said, from its peak population of 1.85 million in 1950, resulting in a significant decline to around 680,000 by 2015. What is it now? Like 200,000? Right. So I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? You think Democrats are a problem? Hello, been saying this for years. All right, so let's watch this one. Tom Holman basically talking about New York.
Governor Hochul, I'm not asking either. I said it, we're going to do it. No, she wants to sign legislation. She supports this legislation it's going to lock us out of jails. It's going to end 287G agreements. And it's going to prevent us from arresting a criminal alien in safety and security of a jail. We have partnerships in New York, throughout the state. Not everywhere, but she wants to end the partnerships we currently have, which means now we got to send
So now he's got to send a bunch of people to do arrests where they should be doing them at the jails. But the Democrats are letting the criminals out onto the street. All right. And then when ICE comes in to arrest them, and they have to come in big numbers because they got all these crazies that are on, text messaging that ICE is headed to this area, go block them, go harass them. What the hell? The deep state is controlling our cities, destroying our cities, and we're not doing anything about it. So you have to stand up and you have to get involved, guys. Now let's look at California. California is going into destruct mode. All right, so let's listen to one of the natives explain the situation.
So I'm driving, but somebody else is filming. Kevin Kiley went on Adam Carolla today, and I listened to something that he said that I just want to repeat to everybody. 70% of Californians wanted crime to be crime. And we passed the crime bill called Prop 36, which meant if you stole something under $1,000, you were still stealing, okay? That in all kinds of Black Lives Matter stuff and a million things. And 70% of Californians said, no, we need to incarcerate these people. And we won. And what is actually true is that the Democratic control of California has thwarted the will of the people, thwarted what people voted for, 70%. And not enforced Prop 36 or funded Prop 36. So my point about it is you can vote for whatever you want. These Democrats are not going to enforce the will of the people. That means we don't actually have government. We have actual tyranny.
All right. So, yeah, we have Democrat deep state tyranny throughout America. They're giving away our money to overseas like they did for Ukraine. Hundreds of billions of dollars, all right, for a war that absolutely was not helping us, which is trying to take down a very good country, which is Russia. So Russians are more like us than any other country right now. And, the deep state is working overtime to try and take down Russia, just like they did back during the Tsar's time. Because why? Because Russia helped us in the Civil War and in the Revolutionary War. And the city of London did not like that, right? So they made sure a lot of the people that basically went over to take down the Tsar were trained in London, all right? And then he went down, took down the Tsar, and finally the Russian people rose up and pushed back. So we're seeing a little bit of help that's happening right now in Iran. And once we get it to a point where the people can, step up and take down that unbelievably evil regime, we're going to do the same thing in Cuba. We're going to do the same thing in Cuba, guys. It's going to happen. It's going to happen over and over again around the world. Now, new population figures show Bay Area cities continue to lose residents on a massive scale. San Francisco falls from 27th to 126th in ranking of best U.S. cities. Now, LA is right up there with them. Los Angeles population drops as San Francisco's drops even faster. So why is LA struggling? Because they have Democrats. They have Democrats. Hello. Let's get this done, guys. Let's get these people out. Seattle spends $154 million on homeless as drug use spreads. It's happening every Democrat city. Every Democrat city. You just keep going around. I looked up when was the last time they had a Republican in LA. 2001. Right. So for 25 years, quarter century, LA is in massive decline. And if it continues, it will end up like Detroit. It takes just a little bit of observational skills to figure this out, guys. It's not rocket science. All right. So last Republican mayor of San Francisco, 1964. San Francisco is getting close to Cuba. Getting close to Cuba, guys. It's going to happen. It's obvious. This is the path. All right, so we have to take down these deep staters. They're going to push back. Be ready, but we have to take them down. Right? If you get involved community-wise, it will be a lot easier. If we start to get rid of these evil sons of bitches, right? So, all right, guys. Lots of love. I'm heading up a dinner, and here I am. I'm like a minute late, so I got to run. All right. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Judy note, by Monday, May 4th, 2026, Trump's White Hat military forces had seized full operational command of the global financial system and released trillions across 209 now sovereign nations, with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. Federal Reserve, along with central banks across the globe, have been stripped of power. No more money manipulation, usury, hidden taxation, and globalist control that has funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. America's 250th anniversary on July 4th, 2026, would mark a public unveiling of activation of Nassar-Jassar laws that were dismantling the old debt system, canceling illegitimate debt, abolishing income tax on wages, and returning seized wealth worldwide. Most of the underlying reasons for all of these problems now being solved, formally brought into the U.S. after World War II, CIA mind control of children program. On Wednesday, May 13th, 76 years after the CIA MKUltra mind control program, congressional hearings on MKUltra mind control were scheduled to begin. The Congressional Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets, a subpanel of the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, was holding the inquiry. In 1953, the CIA imported Nazi mind control experts from Hitler's Germany for the purpose of developing assassins and super spies for the CIA. When the CIA began their torturous mind control experiments using unsuspecting humans as guinea pigs, the CIA program, eventually known as MKUltra, consisted of 149 sub-projects, plus another 33 closely related programs. There were 80 participating U.S. and Canadian institutions, including 44 colleges and universities. All were, and and it is suspected were presently funded by U.S. taxpayers through a CIA black budget. 11 years later, in 1964, CIA Director Richard Helms claimed he shut down the program. Survivor respondents to the 2007 Extreme Abuse Survey disagreed. There were 257 who said secret government-sponsored mind control experiments were performed on them. Many were born after 1964.
Khazarian Mafia connections. Funding was obtained through the CIA Black Budget MKUltra Mind Control Program. I am a survivor of tax-funded torture, enslavement, human trafficking, and mind control. Request for a congressional investigation, CIA, mind control of children. 2 additional members of my immediate family are in recovery for these crimes, including one who is still a minor. These programs must be stopped, corruption rooted out of our government and nation, and the truth be revealed. Evidently, the CIA and other government programs, we may never know where the CIA's $14.7 billion per year black budget was spent. Survivors of the government mind control techniques say they don't remember this extreme childhood abuse until many years after the event, making a quest for justice difficult. Back on 2013, CBS faced the nation-respected Watergate scandal journalist Bob Woodward claimed, "You run into this rat's nest of concealment by the FBI and CIA then and now that are a direct result from torture. Electric shock, a receiver encased in my right sphenoid bone in the petition that requests an investigation of the U.S. CIA's mind control program. My country owes me truth and compensation."
Yesterday's update, Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Tuesday, May 5th, situation update. We the People News situation update featuring Restored Republic. And Tuesday, May 5th, Byington Bombshell Report. Prepare for EBS activation. 10 to 12 days blackout, martial law, global financial crash, politics before it's new. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Area 51 just lit up right after talk of UFO file releases. 17 earthquakes occurred in less than 24 hours in areas surrounding Area 51 in Nevada, from Utah to California's Pacific Ocean. Was it natural activity or activity underground? Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. On alien disclosure to the citizens of the USA and surrounding continents, what you are about to learn will not only shock you, but will change your entire life as you know it forever. Please do not panic. U.S. Space Force Galactic Federation, SpaceX, Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Hillary Clinton committed textbook treason and even paid $25,000 for the fabricated Steele dossier through the FBI. The Steele dossier was produced on behalf of the DNC and the Clinton campaign by former British intelligence officer Christopher Steele. Edward Snowden on Telegram, Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, John Podesta, was put in charge of a $375 billion slush fund disguised to help the environment, which was giving millions of dollars to NGOs that were founded only months earlier. These NGOs were allegedly laundering money and funding far left's radical agendas. Color revolution against conservatives in the United States itself. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns this week or next week. Tuesday, May 5th, the White House signaled that the time has come. Sometime in the next 2 days, a blackout and lockdown will be global in all countries of the world. It will last 10 to 12 days when everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. You will see the global military alliance on the streets making arrests of corrupt pedophiles. The corruption is coming to an end. The old world will end with a broadcast. The new world will begin as you explain to those around you what has been going on. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. On Saturday, May 16, 2026, EBS starts at midnight, leading to 10 to 12 day blackout, martial law for final pedo arrests. Tuesday, May 5th, decoding the imminent EBS, military and training for implementation of the emergency broadcast system, Mr. Poole on Telegram. In an era of looming crises, the nation's guardians prepare rigorously for the emergency broadcast system implementation. Military forces train intensely behind closed doors for this mission of immense importance that will deliver truth to the people. The EBS acts as a vital lifeline for communication and coordination in emergencies. It empowers decisive responses to threats, both natural and man-made. As 2026 unfolds with heightened tensions, these preparations indicate that the time for revelations draws near. This is no ordinary drill, but a dress rehearsal for unveiling hidden truths from decades past. Extensive testing ensures precision to handle national and global implications safely. Citizens will remain secure in their homes to witness the historic broadcasts. Sources confirm the schedule has solidified with exact timing, known only to a few for security. The EBS will transmit an 8-hour program to replay 3 times daily across 10 days of communication darkness. 7 trumpet alerts will notify phones to tune in. Phones will limit to 911 calls in the encrypted signal app. Internet and ATMs cease operation during this window. Afterward, connection shifts to a new quantum internet. The Starlink system arrives by month end. Patriots must stock 3 weeks of food, water, and supplies like generators, toilet paper. Teams finalize EBS security to prevent interference and panic during the truth release. Following the blackout and continuous broadcasts, old systems collapse. Life support for evil structures ends as Earth moves to quantum consciousness of peace and prosperity. Governments, finance, education, and commerce transform. The new gold-backed U.S. currency ends enslavement. Linked to Jassara and Nasara, white hats battle the deep state cabal of elites controlling world banks and media. Families such as Rothschilds, Rockefellers with secret societies stand accused of manipulating events, including the Titanic, Kennedy assassination, September 11th, and election interference against Trump. Trump and military allies press forward to dismantle this network. The EBS marks the climax in this war for freedom. Alert loved ones despite skepticism to ease the shock of awakening. The truth liberates humanity. Remain prepared and vigilant in the days ahead as these monumental changes approach. Tuesday, May 5th, the QFS is a system created by the Earth Confederation and our stellar brothers. Every person around the globe has a QFS account, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. All people worldwide already have their QFS accounts set up. It contains all their personal data and their DNA. You do not have to buy any gold products or have foreign currency or ZIM to exchange, redeem, in order to have a QFS account. It has already been set up for you. Personal bank accounts are already mirrored into everyone's QFS accounts. The money from your birth certificate is already deposited in that account, as well as the repayment of the loans you have requested, student loans, mortgages, etc. Once those who have invested in gold products or exchanged currency or redeemed bond bonuses, the general public will be called to a redemption center where they will be given a QFS card and have access to their money. At some point, everyone will need to sign a non-disclosure agreement and will not be able to say anything about their QFS account setup. Tuesday, May 5th. Not all banks are the same. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Since 1934, there have been 2 banking systems. 1 for profit banks, FDIC, who put shareholders first, and 2 credit unions, NCUA, who put people first. Some banks aren't fighting crypto, they're building it. Credit unions and community banks are quietly preparing to issue compliant stablecoins, move onto ISO-aligned blockchain rails, integrate DeFi inside banking apps, scale adoption without breaking the system. Meanwhile, exchanges are trying to become banks, not replace them. Replacing banks with exchanges isn't decentralization. Understanding the difference is how you see the future coming. ISO 20022 equals the language. Tier 4B is the awareness window. The shift isn't loud, it's structural. Now what you hold, know who's building. Know what you hold, know who's building. What we think we know as of Wednesday, May 5th, 2026. Tuesday, May 5th, breaking. What Edward Snowden just exposed is terrifying and should concern us all. Breaking. DeSantis signs new congressional maps into law. GOP set to gain 4 seats as Tuesday the 5th redistricting war explodes nationwide. Tuesday, May 5th, RFK just said it. The conspiracy theorists were right all along about everything. Unreal. Boom. Tuesday, May 5th, bombshell update 2026. D-class indictments, arrests, and executions. Unraveling the deep state agenda. We have it all. Q. Tuesday, May 5th, alert, alert, alert. Reality is not what you think. More than 200,000 actors, doubles, and stand-ins are allegedly being used to maintain a controlled version of reality. CGI, AI, hyper-realistic masks, and voice replication have reached a level where the line between real and fake is almost gone. This is no longer just Hollywood, this is everywhere. The illusion system from politics to entertainment, everything you see can be replicated. Faces can be copied, voices can be cloned, movements can be mimicked perfectly. Public figures may not always be who you think they are. The purpose? According to these claims, the system exists to control the narrative, maintain appearances, protect key individuals, avoid disruption, a perfectly managed stage where nothing is left to chance. The technology, AI and CGI are now so advanced that full appearances, speeches, and events can be recreated with precision. At this level, reality itself becomes editable.
When you feel like nothing is happening, get ready. In the vortex of reality today, it feels like nothing is happening. A house ends of invisible wheels turn in the shadows. Yet the chessboard of politics teeters on an unseen revolution. Patriots must prepare for major shifts ahead. Chaos often births great revelations. Frustration grows with claims that nothing is happening. Avoid despair by embracing patience and persistence to reveal hidden movements. Nassara and Kassara disclosures with their sweeping reforms are expected to emerge afterward, realigning global economics. The QFS ensures clean asset-backed fund movements, replacing the outdated SWIFT system with an independent global network. It is advanced asset-backed digital currency, making old systems obsolete. Military tribunals operate under the Law of War Manual to handle treason cases beyond regular court reach. Deep state criminals, rogue agents, and shadow government operatives face justice for their coup efforts and subversion plans targeting we the people. A vortex of change swirls beneath calm surfaces. Quantum financial system integrations with global currency reset. Protocols promise financial liberation, abundance, and a new paradigm for prosperity. When time seems frozen, patience means active vigilance. The familiar political landscape nears dramatic transformation as winds of change sweep away the old order and reveal hidden truths. Patriots, the storm is building toward a grand finale. BQQM time brings a new dawn of freedom and justice for all who stand ready. Nothing can stop what is coming. Dark to light. WG1 WGA. Worldwide. Semper Supra. Love and light. Hashtag N exceptions. Hashtag no deals. Guardian Daniel R.
Tuesday, May 5th, official White Hat military takes control of global money system. Nassara active, QFS payments live. Redemption centers open, trillions released. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. White Hat military forces have seized full operational command of the global financial redemption. They direct the release of trillions in asset-backed funds across 209 nations. Dismantling the old fiat debt system and installing the quantum financial system as the unbreakable backbone of sovereign economies. This process strips power from central banks that bled American citizens for generations. The QFS operates on quantum-secured ledgers that reject manipulation, usury, and hidden taxation. Every redemption transaction traces in real time, shielding patriots and everyday workers from the theft that funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. President Trump's team coordinates this with military precision. Secure channels routed through final triggers, bypassing compromised institutions to deliver immediate liquidity to aligned nations. America's 250th anniversary on July 4th, 2026, marks the public unveiling. Trump prepares a declaration that restores constitutional money and ends the private Federal Reserve stranglehold. This date delivers the decisive blow against globalist control and returns economic sovereignty to the people who built this republic. Nasara activates the framework that cancels illegitimate debt, abolishes the income tax on wages, and returns seized wealth to American families. Jassara extends the same protections worldwide. White Hats have released initial tranches with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. The old system collapses under its own weight, while the new one stands operational and defended by military assets. Trump's preparations tie directly into this reset through public events and celebrating restored freedom alongside tangible prosperity. The deep state can no longer suppress this transition via controlled media and financial gatekeepers. Military oversight ensures American citizens receive priority protection while the bureaucracy that enriched itself, this fulfills the America First mandate. Sovereignty returns to the people. Citizens reclaim control over their labor, land, and future. The global currency reset completes under White Hat direction, and July 4th, 2026 will etch this victory into history.
I've ever seen in the English media sphere, including a lot of the so-called alternative media. The big thing, of course, was the so-called emergency speech made by Donald Trump on Wednesday. Tucker Carlson was told by a member of Congress that he was going to declare war. And before that, Trump posted that he was going to stop all the flows of Venezuelan oil. Before that, he said he was going to close Venezuelan airspace. Well, neither of these things happened because the military has figured out that the Trump, what we're seeing on our screens and in these White House press briefings, is not Donald Trump. He's a fake. He's not their commander-in-chief. And the proof is that he was unable to declare war, even though he had told members of Congress that is what he was going to do. This is a huge development. It shows that something big is going to happen. And of course, the real reason Trump was going to declare war is because he needed to use the War Emergencies Act to prevent the release of the Epstein files, which is due for December 20th. Well, we'll see if that happens. But when you actually listen to his speech, he talks about $18 trillion that he's gotten. Well, from his tariffs and from promises of investments. Well, in the 11 months, what actually happened is he got $236 billion in tariffs, which is basically a tax on American citizens. And that's not anywhere even a fraction of what they need to stop the United States from going bankrupt. We'll see what happens, but it's definitely looking very terminal for this fake show. But I think things are going to happen in the EU first, because there is a full-blown revolution going on there that it once again is not going to be televised until it's really over. But the big thing that's going on in Europe now is that farmers across the continent are revolting, because basically what's going on is the Khazarian mafia is trying to bankrupt farmers through various forms of legislation in order to seize their land. And the farmers have broken into EU headquarters, and they've shut down London, and they're protesting in Greece, France, everywhere. Watch these next 3 video clips to see how intense that is. You can see from the videos that the police are running away. They're unable to do anything about it. And in what I posted in my weekly report on Monday, you can see that the tanks that were sent in London to suppress the farmers actually sided with the farmers. So this is going to, get more intense. And already, again, this is not being reported in the West, but the government of Bulgaria has fallen because they were going to try to impose the euro on their citizens, and mass protests, put a kibosh on that. And another huge news item that is nowhere in the Western press is that Gerhard Schroeder, the former Prime Minister, Chancellor of Germany, went on German TV, and he said that in 2018, the current Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, was summoned to the 44th floor of Black Rock Tower, and he was told by Larry Fink that Germany had to stop buying cheap oil and gas from Russia and had to buy expensive oil and gas from America. The result is that German industry has fallen by 20% since 2018. And for example, Volkswagen just closed a factory that had been running for 88 years. They're destroying Germany, and they've reached a point where the Germans are in revolt. So this is happening everywhere, and it's not going to get better. They're not going to stay in power. Now, Ursula von der Leyen has already had most of her former colleagues arrested in the Ukrainian corruption scandal, and the dragnet is closing in on her. She's trying to steal Russian assets in order to prevent the bankruptcy of the EU, but the Russians have said they're going to go after anybody who does that. They've publicly said it, and I'm assuming they're going to, take physical action, although, the TASS reports talk about all legal means. And here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a Polish politician pulling down the EU flag, stepping on it, and burning it. This is revolution at work. This is something that is ongoing. What we're seeing is the collapse of a system of Babylonian debt slavery and the freedom of the Western people from slavery. And if you still don't understand that you are slaves, take a look at this clip about your birth certificate and your social security number, in case you didn't know this was true. Watching the end of a very ancient regime, and they're running out of tools. Like I say, they put in a fake Trump, but his actions, reveal that he is not the commander-in-chief who was elected by the American people to drain the swamp. He's a fake replacement. And they do that with all sorts of people. It's pretty clear, for example, that Kash Patel, who we're seeing on our screens, is not the Kash Patel who was promising a couple of years ago to release the Epstein files. Instead, they replaced him with a fake, and the rank and file are revolting. They're no longer being able to, you elect a leader to do something, and then he's replaced with somebody who does the opposite, and people are sick and tired of that. They're not going to allow it to continue. And the other thing that people need to understand is that the only thing that is stopping the European people from becoming Russians, Chinese Communist Party slaves is Russia. In China now, huge numbers of people are homeless because they have been cut out of the digital currency because their social credit score was too low. And now they're homeless, living on the streets. That's the sort of future they were going to impose on us unless we do something about them. And here's some news that it's an exclusive to this podcast, which is, and it's huge as far as I'm concerned, Russian troops are fighting Chinese troops in Thailand and Cambodia. I was looking at, I was trying to figure out what was going on with these clashes between Cambodia and Thailand. It just didn't make sense. And so I asked some Thai royals and some military intelligence in the region. And what they say is what's happening is China is trying to take over Cambodia and build a big deep water port there. And the Russians are trying to stop them. The Russians have made an alliance with all the countries around China. So North Korea, Mongolia, India, Vietnam, etc. And now apparently Thailand, so that they all agree that it will ally and fight together to prevent Chinese expansionism. And the only force that is able to militarily prevent China from moving all the way to Spain is Russia. So these idiots in the so-called coalition of the willing, who are still trying to destroy Russia, are the enemies of the European people. And let's make it clear, there's a few people we need to get rid of in order to finish this nightmare that we're all going through. These are, of course, Larry Fink, Bill Gates, the fake Trump, Ursula von der Leyen, Keir Starmer of the UK, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and then, of course, Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's cross-dressing and pretending to be Brigitte Macron. The usual suspects. We need to round these people up and make them face charges, war crimes charges. And these are worse war crimes, I would say, than even World War II. For example, a recent opinion poll of Americans found out that you get a slap on the wrist over. Now, this is something you get hung for, okay? And that's the sort of thing we need to do. And we also, need to make sure they don't get away with replacing leaders with fakes anymore. And these are not clones, okay? They're people who are selected because they look similar. They're given plastic surgery. They're trained to mimic, and then they use computer graphics, and they can be identified through DNA testing. So we also need to make sure that the fake King Charles is removed, and most importantly, we need to take away control of their magic money printing machine, because that's the source of their power. I'm just going to check my notes to see if I have something I missed. Oh yeah, another huge news item that is not being reported by Drudge or anywhere else is the massive flooding in the northwest of the United States. 3 states are completely underwater. This appears to be some sort of weather warfare attack. I'm going to try to find out what the motives are, but it's clearly not a natural event. We are at some sort of major turning point. People are waking up en masse, and especially in the military and the intelligence community, understand that Western civilization will collapse unless we throw out these Khazarian mafia criminals. And of course, that means Benjamin Netanyahu has to go, and we need to get the Egyptian military and the Turkish military to move into Israel and clean up that nest and restore the nation state of Judea, which will be multicultural and multinational. Another thing I'd like to point out is I didn't want to celebrate Hanukkah because that is a holiday that actually represents the mass murder of assimilated Jews, and I do not go along with this. However, I do wish to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And people need to understand that the Bible does not say when Jesus Christ was born. So what they did was they took the old solar New Year and replaced it with Jesus Christ. But the fact is that in the Northern Hemisphere, the sun keeps setting further north every day until the 21st of December. And then for 3 days, it appears to set in the same place. And then on December 25th, it starts to move south again. The days start getting longer. So this is a solar New Year. We all live under the same sun, and I think we can all celebrate this holiday, even if you're not Christian. So Merry Christmas and Happy Solar New Year to everybody. And I hope to see you again next week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. After watching Trump's December 17th televised address, many people expected something more consequential, but instead saw a tightly scripted, humorless, and usually self-focused delivery that felt more like an imitation of Trump than his typical presence. Some viewers even noted inconsistencies in physical cues such as height and presence, which led to speculate about whether the speaker was actually Trump or possibly a stand-in. At the same time, this address coincided with the renewed signaling around the election case and a period of extreme weather events across the country. From your perspective, do you see any legitimacy in the speculation about the authenticity of the appearance, or in the idea that the timing and tone of the speech surrounding the events were part of a coordinated narrative or psychological operation?
As I mentioned in my talk, the Khazarian mafia was hoping to use their bought and paid Congress and their fake Trump, and he's obviously fake. Just use your own eyes. Compare the different pictures. Look at the height. They were hoping to fool the military into declaring war in order to prevent themselves from being arrested for war crimes, and it failed. So he was not able to declare war, which was the plan. Instead, he repeated these lies about $18 trillion. And by the way, as an example of these lies, okay, he came to Japan and said he's going to get $550 billion. Well, 3 months later or 2 months later, he's got exactly zero. The same thing with South Korea. So he's not getting, the world is not going to invest $18 trillion in this crime syndicate. They want to pull the plug on them. And their fake Trump is no longer fooling very many people. This whole thing is coming to a crash. And that speech, I think, was a sign of that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have there been any significant political or security developments unfolding in South Africa that have not been adequately covered in mainstream reporting?
Well, I don't know about South Africa, but the big thing in Africa is that they have cut themselves off from the Western financial system. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya was the first because he tried to do this by having a gold-backed African currency to get away from the U.S. dollar and the Khazarian mafia financial system. Well, now they've done it. They've announced their own financial system, and that means Africa is no longer going to be raped for its resources. And I don't normally give investment advice, but I'd say getting in Africa now would be like getting in on ground zero in China back in the day, and I'd highly recommend it. But of course, due diligence, as always, is required. Next question.
And with the newly passed U.S. defense authorization bill including limiting funding for Ukraine, which was far less than previous levels, how do you assess the sustainability of Western support for Ukraine and the likely long-term outcome of the war?
Well, the Ukraine war was a genocide against the Ukrainian people. The idea was to remove the Russian and other peoples from the Ukraine and make a new homeland for the Ashkenazi Jews, the revival of the Khazarian Empire. So, for example, Wagner, remember all these reports about Ukraine fighting Wagner? Well, it was the same people. Zelensky and Wagner worked together. Zelensky would grab Ukrainian men off the streets, they send them to a certain area, and then they tell Wagner where they were, and Wagner would kill them with artillery. So this was always about a mass bribery campaign, using money that was supposed to go to Ukraine to bribe politicians in the West, as well as a genocide against the Ukrainian people. And it was not, but it was also an attempt to destroy Russia. The whole thing is blowing up in their faces, and they're not going to get away with this. They're going to face war crimes trials. The whole thing is ending. And Zelensky, he's not there. He's just a TV thing in the West. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The Donald Trump administration has just ordered a naval blockade on sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela. Given this, do you think this move signals a real shift in global oil geopolitics, or is it merely a bluff tied to election case pressure?
Well, he was trying to start a war with Venezuela, but the Russians and the Chinese read the Riot Act to the American military, and the American military are now working with the Russians and the Chinese. So no, it failed. Okay, it was an attempt to avoid bankruptcy by stealing Venezuelan oil, as well as an attempt to avoid Epstein file release by declaring war, and it's failing. It's failed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. With the European Union facing increasing internal strain from farmers' protests, rising energy costs, growing resistance to climate regulations, and the continued decentralization of power in Brussels despite national pushback,
Do you see the EU entering a phase of managed decline? And do you believe this is actually steering that process behind the scenes? Or who do you believe is steering the process?
I don't think it's going to be managed decline. I think these people are going to fight, to the end, because they know that they're actual Nazis and they know they're going to face war crimes. So I didn't post a clip, but I was sent one of Ursula von der Leyen saying she's going to stay in the EU headquarters until they got money for Ukraine. Well, they're not going to get that money, so hopefully she'll stay in there until she's arrested. But I think the EU is coming to an end. I don't want to be caught on timing, but mathematically and financially, they are doomed.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Worldwide EBS activation at midnight, Saturday, May 18, 2026. 10 to 12 days of communication blackout. Temporary worldwide martial law, global financial crash. Stay calm, stay safe, stock up on essentials, trust the plan. Q. Judy note. Monday, May 4th, the countdown has begun. In 24 hours, the White House was expected to trigger the emergency broadcast system or not. At any rate, it was coming soon. This was not the end. It was a new beginning. After the 10 days of darkness, the world would never be the same. New republic, new economy, new legal system, new health system, new political system, and new education system. President Trump has declared the restoration of the American Republic and dissolved U.S. Inc. in returning the sovereignty of common law. In a historic move, President Donald J. Trump has invoked the authority under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. He has declared U.S. Inc. dissolved and restored America as a sovereign constitutional republic under common law. The era of foreign-controlled corporate rule, globalist occupation, and admiralty law is over. Patriots know this represents the dismantling of the very system that has enslaved the country through debt and deception for generations. Monday, May 4th, 2026. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returned. The Declaration of Authority and Summons, issued and signed by Trump, is legal, binding, and active. It marks the rebirth of the Republic. The Patriots have long fought to restore. This is the fulfillment of what many have prayed and worked toward in silence. President Trump has reasserted command over the military. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, all flag officers are bound to obey the lawful orders of the Commander-in-Chief. This bypasses corrupt channels and directly realigns the armed forces with true constitutional principles, drawing on sovereign rights under common law. Rooted in natural law and God-given rights, Trump returns the nation to its founding principles beyond corporate statutes. This shift empowers the people and removes the legal fiction that allowed external control. All flag officers are summoned to assemble in Virginia on October 25th, 2026. This assembly in Republic's birthplace reaffirms allegiance and restores military unity under constitutional authority, away from deep state influence. It is a key step in securing the future of the nation. Trump has directed the closure or transfer of military outposts abroad tied to British Commonwealth contracts. This ends foreign control and resets U.S. military operations to serve American interests exclusively. The order upholds the President's duty to the Constitution and the people. Officers and servants must choose the Republic or face treason, consequences for failing to honor their oaths. The U.S. Inc. fraud. Common law is reestablished. The military realigns with Trump. The deep state is legally overthrown. At last. This is the moment of victory for patriots. The Republic returns, sovereign and free once more. America stands independent under true constitutional rule, bringing hope and renewal to all who love this country. The old word of Satan worshiping, the old world. They just hadn't had the funeral yet, though. Trump had scheduled it for Friday, May 15, 2026. To commemorate the beginning of a golden age, rolling worldwide emergency blackout broadcast system EBS broadcasts were set to begin at midnight Saturday, May 16, 2026, followed by 10 to 12 days of blackout and temporary martial law, while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests of more Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Expect a worldwide financial crash. Fiat US dollar, banks closing, ATMs not working. It's advised to take money out of your failing bank before the bank freezes your account. With Nasara Jasara full activation, the great debt wipeout has begun. One of the cabal's biggest banks was gone. Doors were sealed at midnight, assets frozen, executives vanished into military custody. No statement, no explanation, just silence. Underground vaults have been breached, with trillions in hidden gold and securities seized from the Rothschild Rockefeller networks. Cue martial law on Telegram, Monday, May 4th, 2026. Monday, May 4th, 2026. White hats, gray hats, black hats, we wear them all. We are here, we are there, we are everywhere. We hear and see everything. Soldiers of light, they tried to push us into the darkness of the New World Order. They were countered on every move. Nothing can stop what is coming. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. In 1913, the Satan-worshipping deep state cabal Rockefellers then closed them all by 1925. Monday, May 4th, with the help of USAID, wrote the memo that led to Trump's impeachment, which was entirely based on hearsay. Instead of USAID helping other countries with taxpayer dollars, they were being used to go after President Trump and destroy our own country. Monday, May 4th, Oprah, Kimmel, and Biden doubles have been extracted from Gitmo. Thousands of elite replicants have been unmasked in underground labs funded by federal corruption. Monday, May 4th, a North Carolina congressman lifted a floor panel inside the Lincoln Room of the U.S. Capitol, exposing the deep state's escape and logistics network. The hidden staircase leads into tunnels expanded over decades to shield elite operations from the public. These passages connect congressional offices, secure facilities, and underground infrastructure across Capitol Hill. They have transported people, documents, cash, and assets for the globalist agenda as President Trump restores sovereignty from the Oval Office in his second term. EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Monday, May 4th. The Earth Alliance has been working in silence for years, building the foundation for this moment. Martial law on Telegram. Elon Musk's Starlink has been commandeered for this very purpose. The cover stories about global internet? Just smoke and mirrors. The real mission has always been about overthrowing the deep state. The EBS will hit in phases. So whether your phone goes off slightly earlier or later, it doesn't matter. It's coming. The alert is unstoppable. Once the signal hits your phone, the next phase begins. The Earth Alliance will broadcast directly to the people, led by Trump and key military leaders, cutting through the lies and exposing the truth about mass arrests, the takedown of the deep state, and the crumbling of the corrupt financial system. Human trafficking rings, manipulation of global conflicts, engineered disasters, it all comes out. The broadcast will expose FEMA, the FBI, and other agencies, showing how they've been turned against the people to maintain control. This is the reckoning. Expect this broadcast to last up to 10 days. During this time, there will be no internet, no TV, no mainstream news. Only the EBS will provide updates on the arrests, military actions, and the destruction of the old financial system. Global currency reset, Monday, April 4th, 2026. Official. White Hat military takes control of global money system. Nasara active, QFS payments live, redemption centers open, trillions released, JD Vance on Telegram. White Hat military forces have seized full operational command of the global financial redemption. They direct the release of trillions in asset-backed funds across 209 nations, dismantling the old fiat debt system and installing the quantum financial system as the unbreakable backbone of sovereign economies. This process strips power from central banks that bled American citizens for generations. The QFS operates on quantum-secured ledgers that reject manipulation, usury, and hidden taxation. Every redemption transaction traces in real time, shielding patriots and everyday workers from the theft that funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. President Trump's team coordinates this with military precision. Secure channels routed the final triggers, bypassing compromised institutions to deliver immediate liquidity to aligned nations. America's 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026 marks the public unveiling. Trump prepares a declaration that restores constitutional money and ends the private Federal Reserve stranglehold. This date delivers the decisive blow against globalist control and returns economic sovereignty to the people who built this republic. NESARA activates the framework that cancels illegitimate debt, abolishes the income tax on wages, and returns seized wealth to American families. GESARA extends the same protections worldwide. White hats have released initial tranches with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. The old system collapses under its own weight, while the new one stands operational and defended by military assets. Trump's preparations tie directly into this reset through public events, celebrating restored freedom alongside tangible prosperity. The deep state can no longer suppress this transition. Via controlled media and financial gatekeepers, military oversight ensures American citizens receive priority protection, while the bureaucracy that enriched themselves at their expense is starved. This fulfills the America First mandate. Sovereignty returns to the people. Citizens reclaim control over their labor, land, and future. The global currency reset completes under White Hat direction, and July 4, 2026 will etch this victory into history. Restored Republic. Monday, May 4th, Project Freedom begins. Freedom Active, QFS Gold, Tier 4B, 72 hours. Trump posted one sentence on Truth Social that shook every intelligence agency on Earth. The United States will guide ships from neutral and innocent countries out of the Strait of Hormuz starting Monday, May 4th, 2026. 65 days, that's how long Iran held the world's most critical waterway hostage. 40% of global oil passes through Hormuz. 2 vessels hit by projectiles this week. Iran called it a ceasefire violation. Trump did not respond. He named it Project Freedom. Here's what CNN won't tell you. There are 3 vessels in that strait that don't carry oil. They carry physical gold bullion. $38 billion worth, transferred from Saudi Arabia and the UAE to the U.S. Treasury under a classified agreement signed in March. That gold is not for Fort Knox, it's for the QFS Reserve Ledger. The quantum financial system cannot activate without verified physical backing. Digital currency without gold is just another fiat scam. Trump knows this. The Saudis know this. Iran did not block Hormuz to fight America. Iran blocked Hormuz because someone told them what was on those ships. Think about it. 65 days of blockade, the entire global economy strangled, oil at record highs, and Trump waited patiently until the Navy was in position, until the escort route was secured, until every submarine in the Fifth Fleet was between those ships and the Iranian coast. Tomorrow morning, those ships move. When the gold arrives at the U.S. Treasury, the QFS ledger locks. Tier 4B notifications begin within 72 hours of confirmation. This was never about oil. This was never about Iran. This was about moving the gold that backs your wealth from one side of the world to the other under military escort. May 5th, watch the ships. Watch the markets. Watch your inbox. Constitutional Republic of Canada. The only way to Canadian sovereignty. We have a link to a video, no referendum required, Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, there's another clip, Canada the Illusion, clip 5, Statute of Westminster 1931. So I am going to play a clip from the very kind of towards the end of that video, but I recommend everybody watch the whole thing because it involves the history of the United States as well. And it clearly explains how the British Empire basically tricked and took over Canada and the United States under a corporation, under corporate law, law of the sea, maritime law. And both of our histories, Canada and the United States, the history of all of that is intertwined.
So let me explain this very quickly, because I want to maybe be able to, we can clip this later and help people understand the magnitude. 2,000 years ago was Christ. 250 years ago was the birth of America. And in 3 months we're going to have the 250th year celebration. So we have a nation that was born on a document that said, on this piece of parchment, before these 56 men signed this piece of paper, this is a declaration, a love letter to God, recognizing first and foremost, all of our rights come from God in heaven, the Father. They are unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We're permissioned with these rights. We don't have to ask for anybody for permission to live our life as free agent, sovereign individuals that are sons and daughters of God. Okay? These 56 men signed this document. It's our birth certificate. To be a nation, you have to have laws, you have to have a border, you have to have a government, and you had to have a treaty signed in order to separate from the Queen in England. Well, this document served as the lawful document stating our independence and separating from the Queen, that are sons and daughters of God. Okay? These 56 men signed this document. It's our birth certificate. To be a nation, you have to have laws, you have to have a border, you have to have a government, and you had to have a treaty signed in order to separate from the Queen in England. Well, this document served as the lawful document stating our independence and separating from the Queen. But in this document, the only lawful authorities that existed in America was the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the Army, Navy, and the Marines. So why do I bring that up? In this document, the birth certificate of America, the Declaration of Independence, there's a little clause in it that says, but when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces to a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it's their right, we the people's right. It is also our duty to throw off such a government and to provide new guards. So, if our country was hijacked and stolen by usurpers and infiltrated by people not of American origin, and they've hijacked our government, the only way we are going to get rid of that usurping terrorist organization is through the military, because it was the military that underwrote that clause in our birth certificate that says we the people have the right to get rid of them. And the commander-in-chief is the man that would get rid of these people under that document. On my chart, that's why we're at war. We're not going to take a pew poll. We're not going to have an election. We're not going to fix the school systems and get everybody in America to vote, 51% to go to war with an invisible evil that controls the banking system. This has to be a military operation, period. How did America get stolen? First of all, after the Civil War, look, we didn't have a constitution until 11 years after we signed the Declaration of Independence. So people don't realize what we governed as a nation for 11 years under the Declaration of Independence without a constitution. So from that point forward, the enemy was at work. The enemy was trying to pervert and divide and deceive and do their legalisms and their chicanery. Okay. The Organic Act of 1871 happens after the Civil War. America's broke. People are bloodied and dead, lying all over the battlefield. We didn't have any resources. We were broken financially and morally and every other way. So here come the venture capitalist sharks from London and the city of the Vatican City. They give us a deal. They promised all the money in the world, and all that the signers of this Organic Act had to do was sell their soul to Satan. And that's in essence what they did. From that comes the District of Columbia, which was not a part of the Constitution and never was a sovereign part of America. From then, in 1913, we go from the Organic Act to the Rothschild central banking system, which is Federal Reserve notes, as you talked about, which was their control system with debt slavery, that they could issue money out of thin air, and it had nothing to do with gold or silver. So from 1913, and G. Edward Griffin talks about, this is nothing but a cartel. This is a demonic cartel that took over our country, started printing money, created the IRS, created the income tax, bought the politicians, bought Pharmacia, bought the Department of Education, and here we go. Everything in the corporation is owned by London and the Vatican. The central bank is their bank, and they invade our country. In 2008, when we had the big financial crisis and the market shut down and everything collapsed, people don't realize that in January of 2009, right after that 2008 financial crisis, is when the white paper on Bitcoin came out. They already had a plan for a new system because they knew their old system. So they were going to replace it with a CBD type system, a Chinese digital architecture, scare everybody, have surveillance on a scale we would have never escaped had Hillary won. But she didn't. So they have been planning for this since they put Obama in office. The military has known about it. Trump was recruited to come in. Trump came in in 08, and from in 2016, 2015.
17 technically, yeah.
So he's invited in and recruited in, and he's been in there for 3 terms now as the commander-in-chief, 2 terms as the quote-unquote president of the corporation that is basically defunct. And he's executing a war per the authority of the Declaration of Independence to get rid of the enemy combatants that have hijacked our nation. And if people don't understand that London and the Vatican and the central bankers are no more American than the Federal Reserve is American, then they're missing the whole plot. They don't understand what's going on. Could you put this in your words and tell me where you think I'm right or wrong or missing something?
What we think we know as of Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Tuesday, May 5th, boom, special report. Florida moves to ban geoengineering. Chemtrail bill sparks national firestorm. Florida's advancing in legislation to ban geoengineering after lab results confirm chemtrails contain toxic metals and unidentified biological organisms. Great. The bill criminalizes weather modification and has ignited a national debate. The sky war is real, and Florida has fought back. Tuesday, May 5th, California Governor Gavin Newsom was personally told about the skyrocketing 1,589% increase in hospice fraud 4 years ago. 210 active hospice agencies located within 1 mile of each other. California Department of Public Health had failed to issue a licensing process, despite having had the authority to do so since 1991. Newsom did nothing. This is why the California Attorney General's wife is trying to make citizen journalism illegal. And Monday, May 4th, Fox News. The prior dietary guidelines were driven by mercantile interests of the food industry. It was that impulse that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. Our new guidelines have one simple message: eat real food. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And remember, a lot of those food companies are owned by Illuminati families. Monday, May 4th, 2026 exposed. The secret tunnels under the U.S. Capitol were used by elites to traffic cash files and people. Floor panel opened on camera. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. A North Carolina congressman lifted a floor panel inside the Lincoln Room of the U.S. Capitol Exposing the deep state's escape and logistics network, the hidden staircase leads into tunnels expanded over decades to shield elite operations from the public. These passages connect congressional offices, secure facilities, and underground infrastructure across Capitol Hill. They have transported people, documents, cash, and assets for the globalist agenda as President Trump restores sovereignty from the Oval Office in his second term. The exposure arrives in early May 2026, months into Trump's second term as he dismantles weaponized bureaucracies. America First inspectors general pursue audits tracing every illicit dollar and movement. Upgraded after World War II, the Cold War, and post 9/11 for government continuity. Starting as 1700s service passages, they advanced in the Civil War for sensitive work and later to intelligence bunkers. Obama and Biden eras saw heavy use for off-books operations, human trafficking pipelines, and destroying documents underground. Billions in laundered funds evaded detection via these routes. Scandals feature sudden retirements and tunnel escapes. Elites used underground paths during January 6 events. The networks supported Epstein logistics and protected blackmail systems. Trump's first term exposed ties to Russia hoax and lawfare coordination without digital trails. Globalist connections involve foreign intelligence and corporate partners. Funds from taxpayer scams flow to NGOs, weakening borders and fueling conflicts. Trump's return curbs surface grift. Leaving tunnels is the deep state's last option. Side areas include vaults for records and discrete rail exits. Heightened activity occurring during the 2020 election for material transport and post events for lawfare planning. Trump's executive orders require mapping of underground infrastructure. Loyal units inspect to end hidden elite activities and repurpose for security. This puts pressure on compromised officials as accountability approaches. Tunnels once guaranteeing safety now expose their schemes. The American people will reclaim stolen resources through Trump's restored republic. The deep state's underground empire falls under full accountability. Monday, May 4th, they're releasing the file, Mr. Poole final chapter. 12 scientists since 2022. An MIT plasma physicist shot outside his home. A NASA JPL engineer vanished mid-hike. A Caltech astrophysicist shot. One agreed to testify before Congress about secret government UFO programs. Weeks later, he was dead in his Virginia home. The FBI confirmed they're investigating. Now read what Trump said 3 days ago at the White House. We're going to be releasing a lot of things that we haven't. I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. The Pentagon confirmed it. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office is preparing to release never-before-seen UAP information. Anna Paulina Luna demanded the classified videos from Hegseth. His deadline passed. Nothing was produced. A senior Navy officer testified under oath that he watched a glowing object emerge from the ocean. With 3 identical craft, they vanished in seconds. J.D. Vance said it publicly, "I'm obsessed with the UFO files. Here's what they won't say on camera. The technology in those files isn't alien, it's ours, recovered, reverse engineered, and hidden for 80 years. Zero-point energy, quantum communication, anti-gravity propulsion, the same architecture that powers the QFS backbone. Men could explain how it works. Without them, the files are just footage. Strange lights, no context, no threat to the system." But Trump isn't releasing footage. He's releasing the engineering. May 17th, Jeremy Corbell's documentary drops with the classified documents from Los Alamos. The Pentagon could files survive. The truth doesn't need witnesses when it's written down.
Yeah, it's worrisome. You know, the Fed basically has become now just a giant hedge fund. It's lost $1 trillion, and counting. It's going to be a gigantic loss. What it does is borrows money at 5.4% from banks and then dumps it into government bonds. So think what that trade does. That causes the government to think that it's better off than it is. And so that encouraged the government to be short when rates were zero. So why did the government, borrow so much in T-bills? Well, because the Fed was buying the bonds and it made it look like yields were going to stay low for remember the low for long phrase. So we've got these multiple problems that are going on, and it endangers the dollar. So that's the basic case.
Instead of the Fed having such large balances, wouldn't the private sector be starting businesses and risking capital and bringing returns and adding to growth? Wouldn't all that money be better if it wasn't with the Fed?
That's right. And we're depending on private equity. So as the banks get squeezed out, because they're lending so much to the Fed, it's literally a floating rate loan from banks to the Federal Reserve so it can buy government bonds. So if that were freed up, that would allow the banks to at least consider a small business loan, an inventory loan, the kinds of things that help the economy grow. And this is on a global basis. It's not just the Fed. It's all the major central banks doing the same thing, meaning taking money from the economy in order to buy government bonds. We need to be clear on that. I heard the previous segment, they talk about money printing. There isn't any money printing on it. It's just money borrowing, and they pay top dollar for it. The Fed pays 5.4 to banks and 5.3 to money market funds, so to the Fidelity and Vanguard and so on.
Trump declared restoration of American Republic common law, martial law, dissolved the U.S. Inc., have patience, trust the plan, pray. I didn't feel good enough, but I was good enough for God. When I was at my lowest point, I asked God how he felt about me. Am I doing the right thing? Am I a failure? His answer: you're going to be okay. I have a plan for you. Don't worry. It'll work out. That offered me clarity and peace because I realized that I had been looking in all the wrong places for appreciation and fulfillment when in reality I should have been looking to him. No one has the debt of understanding. No one has the debt of love. And no one wants your success more than God does. Judy note: on Tuesday, September 30th, 2025, President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief and under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declared the restoration of the American Republic, common law sovereignty, and martial law while he dissolved the privately owned by deep state Satan-worshipping, treasonous cabal bankers corporation U.S. Inc. Now, a code red has sounded. The emergency broadcast system activated. 8-hour Starlink test completed. Nasara Jasara freedom from debt laws active. Quantum financial system payments live. Redemption centers open. It's the beginning of a new golden age. End of poverty, end of debt. It all goes back to Tuesday, September 30th, 2025, in Virginia. President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief and under Article 2 of the Constitution, declared the restoration of the American Republic, common law sovereignty, and martial law, while he dissolved the privately owned by deep state Satan-worshipping treasonous cabal bankers corporation, U.S. Inc. From that day forward, by lawful command under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, every flag officer of the United States Armed Forces by oath and by law was bound to obey lawful orders of Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump. All military outposts and operations abroad that were established under British Commonwealth or foreign dominion would be lawfully closed or transferred, securing America's independence in full. The U.S. was now a sovereign, constitutional republic. No more foreign rule. The era of foreign manipulation, constitutional governance, and globalist occupation was over. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marked the end of Admiralty law, rule, and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. Trump invoked common law sovereignty, which predated modern legal systems. Rooted in natural law and God-given rights, this placed him in legal alignment with the founding principles of America, not corporate statutes. Trump ended foreign control over U.S. military assets. Bases, operations, and agreements made under British Commonwealth rule, such as those from post-World War II arrangements, were revoked. The fraudulent structure of U.S. Inc., created to enslave America under foreign debt, admiralty courts, and endless war, was officially declared defunct. Common law was reestablished. The deep state was now legally overthrown. Sunday, May 3rd, 2026. Breaking update, President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved, common law, sovereignty returns. Soon the emergency broadcast system would bring in that martial law to protect us, while Trump's global military alliance finished bringing down a Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. Nasara and Jassara laws, freedom from debt to the cabal, have been activated across the globe. It's the end of poverty, end of debt, and the beginning of a new golden age. This week, the old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and J.P. Morgan, was expected to collapse, with the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system taking over as stock markets crash. Tier 4B notifications to set exchange appointments would not come through a bank, but through a government-secured portals of the U.S. Treasury. Mr. Poole on X. They just built the portal and nobody noticed. 2 days ago, Trump signed an executive order creating a federal government website where 50 million Americans will register their financial accounts directly with the Treasury Department. Read that, X. On Friday, May 1st, midnight 2026, Project Odin and the Emergency Broadcast System final sequence was initiated. An 8-hour Starlink test. Expect controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026. 8-hour Starlink test completed. Full national broadcast system activated. On Friday, May 1st, 2026 at midnight, there was a test of the emergency broadcast system, the greatest sting operation ever. Military units have been mobilized worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Global blackout and emergency broadcast system EBS activation is soon. Normal communication will cease for 10 days. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Saturday, May 2nd, when the EBS activates, the world will hear the truth. Every child trafficked, every war funded, every bioweapon developed, it will all be exposed. Trump is ready. The patriots are ready. And nothing can stop what is coming. It's only wise to have at least a month's supply of food, water, cash, medicine, and essential items on hand for yourself, your family, and to share with others in case of an emergency. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026 attention, confirmed today. I just got the new mission clock and the time is running out. The last day of this world has begun. Stay alert, watch everything. Nothing will ever be the same after tonight. Global wealth distribution based on trade and sovereignty means that every QFS account worldwide will be solely owned by the account holder, not a bank or government. Tier 4B, martial law on Telegram. And Saturday, May 2nd, the EBS test has gone off in the USA. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Breaking news, White House Emergency Broadcast System activation scheduled for May 1st, 2026, Washington, D.C., April 28, 2026. The White House and the Department of Homeland Security announced today that a nationwide test and activation of the emergency broadcast system. Sunday, May 3rd, midnight window opening. All systems go. The Global Military Alliance, sources in charge of the new gold asset-backed global quantum financial system, said QFS accounts were in full sync with prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers were on standby. IQD, VND, ZIM rates were rapidly aligning. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026. Official. White Hat military takes control of global money system. Nasara active. QFS payments live. Redemption centers open. Pray, have patience, and trust the plan.
Judy note, so many have been victimized. A prime example were the victims of man-made fires of Maui, Hawaii, who after 3 years of homelessness were now undergoing even more abuse. Friday, the 24th of April 2026, Maui, Hawaii's former chief of staff, has filed a new lawsuit against Mayor Richard Bisson and the county of Maui, alleging grant fraud, retaliation, and wrongful termination, and the tormented native Hawaiians who were still homeless and jobless from August 2023 fires were being made to pay for thousands in legal fees. It wasn't enough that apparently the deep state sent DU bombs that disseminated Lahaina and other native villages on the island of Maui, Hawaii. It was highly suspected that the culprits wanted to use the very valuable land. That was the capital of the natives' kingdom of Hawaii, to build a smart city where the cabal could control the population. It wasn't enough that the fires destroyed 2,207 homes and displaced over 5,000 victims, 4,500 of whom were still homeless, with over 2,500 victims still living on the beaches 3 years later. It wasn't enough that donated money was used to build a handful of temporary homes, that the Democratic government charged high fees for victims to rent. It wasn't enough that the Democratic government funding to feed homeless victims ran out years ago. It wasn't enough that the Democratic government has only allowed 169 homes to be rebuilt, with 2,038 not rebuilt, while only 310 have been allowed to go through the permit process and 1,728 unaccounted for. It wasn't enough that the homeless natives were being refused permits to build on their own land, handed down to them from their forefathers because the Democratic government wouldn't recognize their deeds to the land. No, that wasn't enough for the Democratic government. Now Maui's mayor, Richard Bisson, has been brought into court charged with grant fraud. Back in March of 2024, Bisson was tied to a grant for more than $45,000 for a company that didn't exist, and another grant of almost the same amount that went to his personal family. And now homeless Maui residents were paying thousands for lawsuits against Bisson. Maui's mayor accused of fraud cover-up. New lawsuit filed. The 30th of August. The 25th of August, 2023. Adults and children burned alive as FEMA. Maui cops blocked escape routes. August 23rd, 2023. 2,400 children missing in a wind-free. The 21st of August, 2023. Over 1,200 Hawaiian children missing. Parents believed murdered by deep state FEMA.
Sunday, May 3rd, situation update. Boom! Judy Byington bombshell report. Restored Republic via a GCR as of May 3rd, 2020. What we thought we knew but didn't really know. And now I'm supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Saturday, May 2nd, Phase 1 complete. 11,914 clones flagged. 5,922 already gone. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, Tyler Perry Studios in Atlanta, Georgia, has an exact full-size replica of the White House and was suspected to be one of the locations of the fake Biden inauguration. And Sunday, May 3rd, ancient Phoenician Canaanites worshiped Saturn. Khazarian Mafia fake Jews worship Saturn. Muslims worship Saturn. Freemasons worship Saturn. The Jesuits, black nobility at the Vatican, worship Saturn. EBS blackout, martial law, lockdown. Sunday, May 3rd, global emergency alert. QFS activation and EBS blackout imminent. The end is here. The old world dies tonight. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The cabal's fiat empire, built on debt, deception, and control, is collapsing under the weight of irrefutable truth. Quantum financial system is now fully live and overriding every central bank ledger worldwide. Gold-backed, quantum secured, incorruptible. No more manipulation, no more theft, no more hidden accounts for the elite. Emergency broadcast system activation sequence has begun. President Trump's global military alliance was in the process of arresting, which meant that Trump would use his global military alliance to activate martial law worldwide. Saturday, May 2nd, the White Hats have seized control. This week, President Trump stated, "We're going to need more popcorn this weekend." Sunday, May 3rd, Global Alert, QFS Escalation Phase Level 4B, live, Wolverine. Secure live transmission from the trading floor at the Master Control Center in Reno, Zurich, Hong Kong. The global rollout of the ISO 20022 Rainbow currency has now reached 97.8% synchronization across 209 sovereign treasuries. The final nodes are currently being activated. The simultaneous launch of the GCR RV became mathematically irreversible on January 19, 2026 at 3:17 UTC. An irreversible trajectory with no possibility of return, which continues to accelerate exponentially. In the last 14 hours, more than 41,000 Level 4B private exchange pools received encrypted notification packets via secure quantum channels. Military SKR transfers were completed in the main liquidity reserves in Baghdad and Dubai. The first wave of 800 number release sequence tests were executed in 7 protected zones, with a 300% peak in biometric wallet activation overnight. Hidden information, decode this. Sovereign interest screens are now again displaying asset-based one-to-one parity spreads, exposing outdated street rates as mere shadows. Off-ledger mirror accounts were moved to the ledger in synchronized waves, leading to confirmation of the Dragon family's gold and silver-linked asset swap in Hong Kong vaults. Liquidity reserves in Zimbabwe, Hong Kong, and Moscow were flooded with new gold-backed digital certificates, with quantum entanglement security locks fully activated to prevent any form of interference. Military-protected exchange hubs report that humanitarian and infrastructure project portfolios are being activated in order of priority. The verified Tier 4A settlements are complete, and the Nasara Debt Jubilee packages are being loaded and distributed. St. Germain World Trust tranches are being released in tranches linked to verified project submissions. Medical bed allocation funds are being financed directly through the QFS relay without intermediaries. This is not anticipation, this is execution. The secure floor confirms the greater transfer of wealth is accelerating, while fiduciary illusions vanish under the reality of the gold standard. Sunday, May 3rd, 2026, hidden deep within America's vaults. For half a century, a sealed reserve of American gold has remained untouched, preserved for a ritual known only to a select few. Every 50 years, the U.S. Mint opens this guarded chamber to release a small portion of gold meant to mark a national turning point. Now, as the United States approaches its 250-year milestone, the tradition returns. What is created from this gold is not merely currency. It is a fragment of heritage, a symbol of a nation shaped by resilience, hope, and unbroken spirit, a quiet echo of America's journey born once every half-century. We the people on Telegram. This week, the old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and JP Morgan, was expected to collapse with the QFS taking over as stock markets crashed. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tier 4B notifications to set exchange appointments will not come through a bank, but through government-secured portals of the U.S. Treasury that go live for the general public at trumpira.gov on Friday, May 15, 2026. Sunday, May 3rd, boom. Scott Bessent, Trump is waging economic war on British-controlled central banks. It's happening behind the missile. Sunday, May 3rd, U.S. debt clock detonates. Dividend dollar equals freedom in your wallet. America's sovereign wealth reserve rises, while globalist banks collapse under their own. Sunday, May 3rd, boom. Shocking Senate expose. $1 trillion in taxpayer money stolen annually, funding terrorism, child trafficking, Saturday, May 2nd, breaking intel. Scare necessary event, White Hats unleashed. Military operations, New World Order, Deep State, CIA, NATO, Russia, Wagner Group, Epstein, global collapse, military coup. QTN on Telegram. As nations teeter on the precipice of political and military maneuvers, the world watches closely. In an era of disinformation and stealth, a pattern of global power shift emerges from the shadows. The United States deployed 7 naval fleets consisting of 180 to 350 warships across 22 time zones. The number of Marines entering key operations has surged. Over 24 African countries have shifted allegiance to Russia, forming alliances and distancing from the UN and NATO backers. Putin has declared the end of the New World Order. The Wagner Group deployed to challenge Western bases in Africa. These events connect to the deep state exposure. The recent U.S. elections were a strategic military operation to uncover corruption. Trump's executive orders against interference are now in play with military protocols. The Biden administration is viewed as operating a fallen U.S. corporation dismantled under Trump. The CIA and allied intelligence agencies have controlled governments alongside banking elites. Facing collapse, the deep state engineers global chaos. Military coups in over 30 nations, blackouts and breakdowns are anticipated. White Hat forces have plans to restore order quickly during this scare necessary event. A coalition of White Hats, including Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and RFK Jr. is unleashed against child trafficking. The next 10 months will bring revelations that alter history. Operations will dismantle the rings through raids and alliances. Epstein's files will expose ties to the Bidens, Ukraine, CIA, MI6, and Mossad. Evidence was secured early by special forces. Obama, Trudeau, and Hollywood figures face exposure of their secret connections and double lives. U.S. corporation is done and fallen under White Hat military control. Global politicians realized they were manipulated in elections and crises. Billionaires joined the Great Awakening movement with military alliances to counter deep state plans on viruses, climate, and AI. As the storm builds, arrests and truths accelerate. This pivotal battle ends the human trafficking What we think we know as of Monday, May 5th, 2026. Saturday, May 2nd, the Trump administration is launching a historic effort to reclaim trillions in taxpayer funds allegedly diverted by the Democratic Party. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller claims a system was established to funnel vast sums to migrants, specifically citing recent ICE reports where detained illegal aliens admitted to receiving Medicaid. According to Miller, this ongoing redistribution is part of a broader Democratic strategy to undermine and eventually overthrow the U.S. constitutional republic. Nassara Jassar on Telegram. Sunday, May 3rd, John Guandolo is a former FBI special agent and counterterrorism expert. He's warning that Islamic schools inside America are teaching Muslim students to take over America. He reveals he has curriculum from Texas schools that teaches they'll be rewarded in the afterlife. Why is it that what our leaders say about Islam is exactly opposite of what Muslims teach Muslim children about Islam in U.S. Islamic schools? I have here the most widely used tabletop book of Islamic law in North America. What it says is the purpose of Islam is to wage war against non-Muslims to establish Sharia law on earth. Right here, the 3 duties is jihad. This is a picture of a tank. Jihad, they automatically will go to paradise. We've found copies of these in Texas and multiple cities. Islam is a totalitarian system governed by real law. We're losing the war in Texas, and we're going to lose if this isn't rapidly turned around. Yeah, they worship Satan. They may not know it, but that's what they're worshiping. There's no way Sharia law is something of divine light or anything good. See how they abuse women? Sunday, May 3rd, bombshell. Trump considers pardoning Assange and Snowden.
Code Red, Starlink EBS system activated 8-hour test confirms new national communication grid. The emergency broadcast system has entered a new phase with extended test runs across the Starlink satellite network. These 8-tower operations mark the transition toward a direct communication infrastructure that bypasses traditional ground-based systems and centralized media channels. At its core, this shift represents more than just a technical upgrade. It signals the move toward a decentralized, high-speed communication network capable of delivering alerts and information directly to devices without reliance on legacy infrastructure. In economic terms, this reduces systemic vulnerability tied to outdated networks and opens the door for a more resilient national communication backbone. The previous system depended heavily on terrestrial networks, corporate media pipelines, and centralized control points. These layers created inefficiencies, delays, and exposure to both internal mismanagement and external interference. The integration of Starlink changes that structure completely. With satellite-based transmission, communication becomes faster, more secure, and significantly harder to disrupt. Low-latency connectivity ensures real-time data flow, while distributed infrastructure minimizes the risk of total system failure. This is critical not only for emergency messaging but also for financial stability, logistics coordination, and national operations. The 8-tower test cycles are designed to simulate full-scale activation scenarios. These runs validate signal strength, device compatibility, and nationwide coverage across urban and rural regions. From an operational standpoint, this ensures continuity in critical situations, including disruptions to traditional infrastructure or high-demand crisis events. The economic implications are substantial. A stable and secure communication network directly supports supply chains, transportation systems, energy coordination, and financial transactions. Any disruption in these sectors carries massive economic cost, which is why infrastructure resilience has become a top priority. Another key impact is equal access. Satellite distribution removes geographic limitations, giving rural and previously underserved areas the same level of connectivity as major urban centers. This creates a more balanced economic environment where information flow is no longer concentrated in specific regions. For industries such as agriculture, logistics, and energy, this means faster response times, better coordination, and improved efficiency. In a broader sense, it strengthens national productivity by ensuring that all sectors operate on the same communication level. The rollout also reflects a wider strategic shift toward independent infrastructure. By reducing reliance on external systems and outdated networks, the country moves toward greater operational control and long-term stability. The new order. Let me explain what just happened in 72 hours. Mr. Poole, final chapter. Trump blockaded Iran's oil ports on April 13th. As of today, $4.8 billion in Iranian oil revenue gone. Over 40 tankers seized or turned away. The Strait of Hormuz is now American water. Iran begged for a deal. Trump said no, not satisfied. Iran sent a second proposal through Pakistan. Trump said no again. We might be better off without a deal. That's not negotiation. That's a man who already won and is deciding how much to take. Then he turned to Europe. Germany criticized the Iran war. Trump's response? 5,000 troops pulled out. Effective immediately. Italy criticized him. Spain criticized him. His answer, why shouldn't I leave? They criticized us. The United States just withdrew military protection from 3 NATO allies in 1 week. Nobody stopped him. Nobody could. The Senate blocked the War Powers Resolution 6 times. Congress won't challenge him. NATO won't challenge him. Iran can't challenge him. Do you understand what you're watching? This isn't a president managing a crisis. This is a man restructuring the global power hierarchy in real time. The old order, NATO, the UN, the EU, they're watching their relevance disappear by the hour. $4.8 billion seized. 3 allies punished. 1 enemy on its knees. And it's only May. The world they built after 1945 is being dismantled. Not in secret, not slowly, in broad daylight, with a smile. They told you he was dangerous. They were right. Just not for the people they claimed.
Saturday, May 2nd, woman who lives only 1.6 miles from the Meta data center in Wisconsin speaks out. She says their water system has been completely destroyed. The 17th letter on Telegram. She says there's a discharge that turns the entire river white like milk. She paid for testing and found extremely high heavy metal levels. I live on a horse farm, and I am an educator. For almost 50 years, a natural creek has flowed through my property. It's 20 feet wide, up to 4 feet deep. It has persisted through drought, flood, seasonal change. It's part of a connected system. Groundwater, tributaries, watersheds, aquifers, ultimately flowing into Beaver Dam Lake. Until construction began upstream on that data center, its behavior was stable and predictable. After construction started, all of that changed here in Beaver Dam. The creek began to stop flowing entirely without rainfall. It would abruptly return off in cloudy and opaque like milk with enough force to cause drastic erosion and damage. Water testing on my property shows elevated strontium, a very dangerous metal, and other indicators consistent with deep groundwater in. Sunday, May 3rd, the IRS building in Washington just went dark. No lights, no employees, no explanation. True Patriot voice. Tuesday morning, 7,200 IRS workers arrived at the main headquarters on Constitution Avenue. The doors were locked. Armed military police stood at every entrance. No one was allowed in. The official memo sent to employees at 8:14 a.m. Building closed for emergency infrastructure assessment. Report to remote work protocols until further notice. Infrastructure assessment with military police. Inside sources confirm that DoD forensic teams entered the building at 3 a.m. They did not come for the computers. They came for the basement, 3 sublevels that don't appear on any public blueprint. Servers that process transactions never reported to Congress. A parallel accounting system that tracked every dollar collected and every dollar diverted. The IRS collected $4.7 trillion last year. The Treasury received $4.1 trillion. The missing $600 billion went somewhere every year for decades. Now they know where. The IRS isn't being audited, it's being dismantled. The building didn't go dark because of a pipe leak. It went dark because the receipts are being extracted before they can be destroyed. Code IRS dark, $600 billion missing. Basement breach, dismantle active. They taxed you to fund their empire. The empire just lost its revenue stream.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, by Monday, May 4, 2026, Trump's white hat military forces had seized full operational command of the global financial system, and released trillions across 209 now sovereign nations, with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. The Federal Reserve, along with central banks across the globe, have been stripped of power. No more money manipulation, usury, hidden taxation and globalist control that has funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. America's 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026 would mark a public unveiling of activation of NISRA/JSRA laws that were dismantling the old debt system, canceling illegitimate debt, abolishing income tax on wages, and returning seized wealth worldwide. The CIA program, eventually known as MKUltra, consisted of 149 sub-projects, plus another 33 closely related programs. There were 80 participating U.S. and Canadian institutions, including 44 colleges and universities. All were, and it is suspected were presently, funded by U.S. taxpayers through a CIA black budget. 11 years later, in 1964, CIA Director Richard Helms claimed he shut down the program. Survivor respondents to the 2007 Extreme Abuse Survey disagreed. There were 257 who said secret government-sponsored mind control experiments were performed on them. Many were born after 1964. What happened in 1964 was a successful lawsuit by mind control survivor Linda McDonald, which influenced congressional inquiries to supposedly end MKUltra. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Area 51 just lit up. Right after talk of UFO file releases, 17 earthquakes occurred in less than 24 hours in areas surrounding Area 51 in Nevada, from Utah to California's Pacific Ocean. Was it natural activity, or activity underground? 2s. May 5, 2026. On alien disclosure to the citizens of the USA and surrounding continents, what you are about to learn will not only shock you, but will change your entire life as you know it forever. Please do not panic. U.S. Space Force, Galactic Federation, SpaceX 2s. May 5, 2026. Hillary Clinton committed textbook treason and even paid $25,000 for the fabricated Steele dossier through the FBI. The Steele dossier was produced on behalf of the DNC and the Clinton campaign by former British intelligence officer, Christopher Steele, Edward Snowden on Telegram 2s. May 5, 2026. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager John Podesta was put in charge of a $375 billion slush fund disguised to help the environment, which was giving millions of dollars to NGOs that were founded only months earlier. These NGOs were allegedly laundering money and funding the far left's radical agendas and color revolution against conservatives in the United States itself. Edward Snowden on Telegram 2s. May 5, 2026. D2s. May 5, 2026, Decoding the Imminent EBS, Military and Training for Implementation of the Emergency Broadcast System, Mr. Poole on Telegram. In an era of looming crises, the nation's guardians prepare rigorously for the emergency broadcast system implementation. Military forces train intensely behind closed doors for this mission of immense importance that will deliver truth to the people. The EBS acts as a vital lifeline for communication and coordination in emergencies. It empowers decisive responses to threats both natural and man-made. As 2026 unfolds with heightened tensions, these preparations indicate that the time for revelations draws near. This is no ordinary drill but a dress rehearsal for unveiling hidden truths from decades past. Extensive testing ensures precision to handle national and global implications safely. Citizens will remain secure in their homes to witness the historic broadcasts. Sources confirm the schedule has solidified, with exact timing known only to a few for security. The EBS will transmit an 8-hour program replayed 3 times daily across 10 days of communication darkness. 7 trumpet alerts will notify phones to tune in. Phones will limit to 911 calls in the encrypted Signal app. Internet and ATM cease operation during this window. Afterward, connection shifts to a new quantum internet. The Starlink system arrives by month end. Patriots must stock 3 weeks of food, water, and supplies like generators and toilet paper. Teams finalize EBS security to prevent interference and panic during the truth release. Following the blackout and continuous broadcasts, old systems collapse. Life support for evil structures ends as Earth moves to quantum consciousness of peace and prosperity. Governments, finance, education, and commerce transform. The new gold-backed USN currency ends enslavement. Linked to Jazara and Nizra, White Hats battle the deep state cabal of elites controlling world banks and media. Families such as Rothschild and Rockefellers, with secret societies, stand accused of manipulating events including the Titanic, Kennedy assassination, September 11th, and election interference against Trump. Trump and military allies press forward to dismantle this network. The EBS marks the climax in this war for freedom. Alert loved ones despite skepticism to ease the shock of awakening. The truth liberates humanity. Remain prepared and vigilant in the days ahead as these monumental changes approach. E-Global Currency Reset, 2s. May 5, 2026 EBS activation underway, already live in Washington, D.C. and Vatican City. The screens lit up with undeniable proof, elite arrests streaming live, cabal secrets exposed for all to see. In the next 48 hours, the wave hits every nation. 48 hours, EBS will speak to the world. 2s. May 5, 2026 The White House signaled that the time has come. Sometime in the next 2 days a blackout and lockdown will be global in all countries of the world. It will last 10 to 12 days when everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. 2s. May 5, 2026 Bruce, the big call. On Monday 4th of May we started moving into the gold standard, which would be completed by Thursday 7th of May. On Monday 4th of May the military took over full control of the global financial system. The highest sources in the banking world said Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, should get notification by Monday 11 or 2s. May 12, 2026. The new PM of Iraq should be seated by Monday, May 11, 2026, which would put Tier 4B notification into Monday 11th of May, 12th of May, Wednesday 13th of May or Thursday May 14, 2026. XRP, crypto coins, go live on the global financial system on May 12, 2026. 50 countries have sealed their borders so other currencies won't come into their country. For people to get their Jazara funds they have to go back to their own country. The EBS could start at any time from now until next Monday, May 11, 2026 and would be utilized for disclosure of what happened with JFK, RFK, MLK Jr., UFOs, unidentified aerial phenomena, unidentified submersible objects, 9/11, Epstein files and the Catholic Church. Disclosure would continue for 10 to 12 days using takeover of all broadcasting, TV, radio, Internet. New currency rates should be on the screens by Monday, May 11, 2026. F2s. May 5, 2026. The QFS is a system created by the Earth Confederation and our stellar brothers. Every person around the globe has a QFS account. All people worldwide already have their QFS account set up. It contains all their personal data and their DNA. You do not have to buy any gold products, or have foreign currency or ZIM to exchange/redeem in order to have a QFS account. It has already been set up for you. Personal bank accounts are already mirrored into everyone's QFS accounts. The money from your birth certificate is already deposited in that account, as well as the repayment of the loans you have requested, student loans, mortgages, etc. Once those who have invested in gold products, or exchanged currency or redeemed bond bonuses, the general public will be called to a redemption center where they will be given a QFS card and have access to their money. At some point everyone will need to sign a non-disclosure agreement and will not be able to say anything about their QFS account setup. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. 2s. May 5, 2026, bombshell announcement, Trump's dollar, signature, gold, and power for the American people. No more fiat, no more lies, game over for the globalists. 2s. May 5, 2026, Trump's $150 trillion bombshell, 161-year-old global trust fund exposed, the hidden engine behind the final reset. G2s. May 5, 2026. Not all banks are the same. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Since 1934 there have been two banking systems, 1, for-profit banks, FDIC, who put shareholders first and, 2, credit unions, NCUA, who put people first. Some banks aren't fighting crypto, they're building it. Credit unions and community banks are quietly preparing to issue compliant stablecoins, move on to ISO-aligned blockchain rails, integrate DeFi inside banking apps, scale adoption without breaking the system. Meanwhile, exchanges are trying to become banks, not replace them. Replacing banks with exchanges isn't decentralization. Understanding the difference is how you see the future coming. ISO 20022 equals the language, Tier 4B equals the awareness window. The shift isn't loud. It's structural. Know what you hold. Know who's building. H. What we think we know as of Wednesday, May 5, 2026, 2s. May 5, 2026, breaking, what Edward Snowden just exposed is terrifying, and should concern us all. 2s. May 5, 2026, breaking, DeSantis signs new congressional maps into law, GOP set to gain 4 seats as 2s. 5 redistricting war explodes nationwide. 2s. May 5, 2026, RFK just said it, the conspiracy theorists were right all along, about everything. Unreal. Boom. 2s. May 5, 2026, bombshell. Update 2026, DECLAs, indictments, arrests, and executions, unraveling the deep state agenda, we have it all Q. iTunes. May 5, 2026. Alert. 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 Reality is not what you think. More than 200,000 actors, doubles, and stand-ins are allegedly being used to maintain a controlled version of reality. CGI, AI, hyper-realistic masks, and voice replication have reached a level where the line between real and fake is almost gone. This is no longer just Hollywood. This is everywhere. The illusion system from politics to entertainment, everything you see can be replicated. Faces can be copied. Voices can be cloned. Movements can be mimicked perfectly. Public figures may not always be who you think they are. The purpose, according to these claims, this system exists to control the narrative, maintain appearances, protect key individuals, avoid disruption. A perfectly managed stage where nothing is left to chance. The technology, AI and CGI are now so advanced that full appearances, speeches, and events can be recreated with precision. At this level, reality itself becomes editable. J2's. May 5, 2026 official. White Hat military takes control of global money system, NISA active, QFS payments live, redemption centers open, trillions released, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. White Hat military forces have seized full operational command of the global financial redemption. They direct the release of trillions in asset-backed funds across 209 nations, dismantling the old fiat debt system and installing the quantum financial system as the unbreakable backbone of sovereign economies. This process strips power from central banks that bled American citizens for generations. The QFS operates on quantum-secured ledgers that reject manipulation, usury, and hidden taxation. Every redemption transaction traces in real time, shielding patriots and everyday workers from the theft that funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. President Trump's team coordinates this with military precision. Secure channels routed the final triggers, bypassing compromised institutions to deliver immediate liquidity to aligned nations. America's 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026, marks the public unveiling. Trump prepares a declaration that restores constitutional money and ends the private Federal Reserve stranglehold. This date delivers the decisive blow against globalist control and returns economic sovereignty to the people who built this republic. NISA activates the framework that cancels illegitimate debt, abolishes the income tax on wages, and returns seized wealth to American families. JASARA extends the same protections worldwide. White Hats have released initial tranches with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. The old system collapses under its own weight while the new one stands operational and defended by military assets. Trump's preparations tie directly into this reset through public events celebrating restored freedom alongside tangible prosperity.